all of the guides like I've done in the past. Right now, I am only going to be focusing in on Pictomancer and on Viper, and I'm going to see how I feel about the game at that point. Now, if you've been following me since I retired from Final Fantasy 14, I am down over 70 pounds. But have to hit 110 pounds lost. I need to be under 210 pounds to continue the story. So this stream and content will all be spoiler free, because I am not able to progress the story until I've hit my weight goals. So since we're making progress, honestly, I'm really excited to play. I've missed playing Final Fantasy 14. I'm looking forward to the adjustments, especially they've made some stuff with the controller that I'm looking forward to. And we're going to be live for a good chunk of the day today, because it is a video game day. I took today off work, and I think it's going to be a good time overall. I don't think we're going to see the issues that we saw with Endwalker. That was a tough time for the game to launch, because it wasn't that they didn't want to have more servers, they just couldn't. There was just no servers to be had, as the world was just like trying to gobble up as much hardware as possible. But there's been a lot of stuff that's happened and changed since the release of Dawntrail. Namely, they've got like virtualized servers, cloud-based servers, so many different kinds of servers that it's going to be, I think, a pretty freaking sweet launch. And that does mean, yes, there is a queue, but that queue does go down. What's going on, River? How you doing, dude? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I feel incredible. Like, I think leaving Final Fantasy 14 was the absolute best choice that I could have made for myself and my family. And now I get to come back and I get to play. And honestly, like, I think it's way more enjoyable this way than the other way. And so it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna make the things that I'm gonna make, and then I'm gonna keep playing like Elden Ring, which has been a real incredible treat. New World might have its Final Fantasy 14 a Realm Reborn moment sometime this fall. We'll have to see, because it's not really about that update. It's about how they follow it up. That's a lesson from Final Fantasy 14. And yeah, we got so many, like, this is the year of the MMO, which is just wild, because you look at, this is launching officially on July 2nd. Then you go into July, where we're going to see, this is July. But you also have like Once Human, you have the Throne of Liberty beta. Then you step into August. Then you see WoW's latest expansion. It's literally like, and then you go into September for Throne of Liberty, October for New World. We might see Blue Protocol in November or December, but at this point in the year, it seems to make more sense to just say, hey, we're gonna just wait till and launch in January. So here, you actually inspired me to take a break from 14 around the same time. Dude, awesome, River. It just came back around April. Dude, welcome back. And it was so funny watching like the reaction, because there are people who are like, who didn't actually watch my retirement video, and they're like, oh, like he says he's done and he hopes the game dies and stuff. It's like, no, you guys are completely like I said, I want the game to invite me back in. And I felt, since Yoshi P's announcement, since his like first keynote, it's been a constant invitation. They brought the game to Xbox. I've been fighting for that for over a decade. They brought like they added in kind of controller support and stuff like that. Welcome in, everybody, and thanks for the follows. I appreciate you guys. This is going to be streamed over on YouTube on Ginger Prime Loves MMOs, and the controller guides will also be over on Ginger Prime Loves MMOs. I'm reserving Ginger Prime primarily for like action RPGs, maybe a little bit of multiplayer, but overall I'm enjoying kind of the separation in kind of my coverage. Today I released on Ginger Prime a video going over the latest release. We actually have a release date for patch number 3 for No Rest for the Wicked, and also talking about the Dr. Disrespect situation. It was absolutely a crazy week. I was filled with a lot of emotion, but you guys asked, so I have put that all together in one video if anybody wants to go see that. Now, this video is also live on Ginger Prime, but only for members. So if you're watching this on Ginger Prime, as a member, thank you so much for being here. Also, you won't have any ads interrupt anything you do. I've tried to set all the settings to the lowest possible so it doesn't impact anybody who's hanging out, and whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. But as a reminder, this is spoiler free. I have not played the story since I retired in October of 2022. I think it's been a year and more over a year and a half. And yeah, and so I'm not going to be jumping into the story until again I've officially done losing the rest of the weight. I was hoping to make it. I thought it was like, oh, maybe I can make it, but I hit a killer plateau. That was just like, oh man, I for a whole month I didn't even lose a pound. And that was, that was to be expected. Like the first 70 pounds came off, I thought at a decent, a very healthy rate. And then I was like, yeah, probably the last 40 are going to be the hardest to lose. And that ends up, right now being true, but we're still doubling down efforts. We're still working hard and so much more. All right. We got 520 people to go. We got a couple new followers. Werlin hitting that follow over on Twitch. Ruben, my voice is failing. Whoa. It is morning time. There we go. Hitting that follow button. And yeah, we also had a YouTube sub, a notification. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, we got some stuff going on today. Let's see what's going on. Jen, how you doing? Yeah, it's good to see you too, Jen. So what do you think, River? So you returned in April. What have you been doing in the game? Like, were you just kind of catching up on story at that point? I am very curious about the new deep dungeon, because that's now in the game. I'm very curious to see from a leveling perspective what is going to be the most enjoyable, because if it's Bosha, that's where we're going to go park Pictomancer today. Like, we're going to just be leveling, and I'll be like I said, releasing updated controller guides for the 2 new jobs. I haven't decided if I want to do the other jobs as well. But we'll see. We'll see what the community wants, needs, and what I have the bandwidth to do. For those who don't also know, maybe you don't keep up. But yeah, I got 6 kids. Life is really good, but it is also incredibly busy. And because of that simple fact, I end up having to, kind of like anything that makes games more easily accessible is a win in my book. So them putting it on Xbox is a win. Them obviously putting it on PS5 was a win. I think the next big win that I would love to see them grapple with is bringing it to GeForce Now. I just recently actually became a GeForce Now ambassador, which is really great. I've been a huge fan of that service since it launched. I'm a founder. And as a part of that, a perk that I get is I get free GeForce Now. But instead of applying it to my main account, I decided I was just going to have it with an alt account and give that to my wife so we can play some more video games together on the service. So that was kind of what I decided to do, because the only downside, I was like, they were like, oh, if you ever, leave the ambassadorship, you won't be able to get your founder title back. And I was like, I'm keeping that title, man. I'm proud of that title. Now, if you guys also aren't aware, I like to run these live streams as podcasts. So we'll be hanging out in the chill room. I'm going to bring in our Discord chat now. And good morning, Vol. How are you doing today? Anybody else who wants to join, just check out the top link in the description, and you can be a part of the Discord. It is absolutely free to do so, and you're welcome to come in and hang out. And as long as you have, not any background audio like you hear with Vol here, like clean, I can't hear anything going on in the background. You're welcome to come in and hang out. And yeah, we're gonna be hanging out, talking video games today, playing video games, and not talking spoilers. No spoilers. I won't talk. I'm like, nope. I still got a story to catch up on, and I'm hoping by October. That the rest of this way will be off, but that's just going to be a function of getting out and getting the work done. Anyway.
This is the first time I've caught you at a reasonable time for me.
Well, right. Yeah, that's why I was like, I know there's people all over this world, and with the game's launch, the servers went live at 4. So for my time, for context, it's 5. I started this stream here just a little bit ago. I think around 16 minutes ago, because I was like, I'm not getting up at, like, I get up at 4, but it's usually like a slow thing. I was like, I'm not gonna get up and be like, oh man, you know, like come in super sleepy. But my voice has failed a couple times already. Late to the game. Good morning, sir. How are you today, dude? How far am I behind on story? So Criterion released, and I did that. So that was a 6.2. So that's the last of it. I don't even think I did this story for 6.2, but maybe I did. Like, I know that there's a character named Zero, but I wasn't impressed. You know, and it was Yoshi P constantly tells us to take breaks, especially from this game. And I think it's when you don't follow that advice that things get frustrating. So my plan for Dawntrail is to play the game like Yoshi P recommends. Play it, enjoy it, and take a break and go play something else. And we'll still be here. And that consistency in those updates, you can almost put a pin right now on the release of 8.0. Because of that. So it's going to be an interesting time. There's a lot of things that I'm excited about for Dawntrail. Beastmaster for one of them. Obviously that's not in at launch, but beyond Beastmaster, you have so many opportunities, so many different things coming out, which is going to be great. And I really want to check out the controller swapping of skills and see kind of how that all connects. And that might end up getting me just excited to make the controller guides for the game again. Because one of the things that I've really struggled with, I felt like several jobs in Endwalker, like, were just so bloated with buttons and actions, and I'm like, they don't need to be. Like, this action is only able to trigger this other action. Okay, well, why are there 2 buttons in this case? Because that one action isn't even doing anything else. Just swap them out. Save a button slot, so that way I'm not having to have, like, you know, crazy setups. But we got it done. Yeah. All right, let's see what else. All right, we're in the game. I'm really excited to see the updated visuals. Like, when they were showing it off in the live streams, they did not look good. And then finally when they were showing it off actually in game, it actually looks much better. So you can tell immediately.
Back up there, or is it just lighting and shadows?
It's lighting and shadows, higher textures. Like, you look at the ground here, and it's and you can see how it just feels like it's way more. Let me take a look inside. Obviously, I'm just hanging out at the house.
The glasses, that just sharpens everything up. Like,
yeah, it's exactly. It just, everything has gotten just an extra level of polish. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think immediately, like, everything feels like it's looks much better. I might switch back to my Hrothgar kind of build. I was when Shadowbringers came in, I did a kind of a lore thing, like, oh, when I stepped into the first, I became another race. And then for Endwalker, I decided to finish my race on the race that I did created, which was the Elzen. Let's see here. All right.
They include a HDR mode yet?
I do not know, actually. I know they released the patch notes, but I did not read them.
No, it's just if you think they would be doing a graphical overhaul, you think they would do the whole thing almost. No.
Well, it's going to be the graphic overall happens to roll out over the course of, like,
okay.
updates from here on out. What's up, RSJ fan? How you doing today?
No, I'm going to give it one more expansion. I feel like just so there's enough content. There's just too many good games out right now that are basically the same price of a subscription for FF.
Yeah, so that's obviously going to be something really interesting to see, because Final Fantasy 14 is now, like, on all platforms. The New World is launching on all platforms. New World does not have a subscription. Final Fantasy 14 does. It's just, yeah, like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, guys. Like, that's going to be interesting to see if that has any level of impact. I know people were trying to meme that they're like, Final Fantasy 14 is a failure on Xbox, because it's like, guys, like, don't buy the game. Like, we've been advising you not to buy the game if you're on Xbox, so that way you can enjoy the, like, insane free trial. And if you're worried about a subscription, just stay in the free trial. They've signaled that they're going to clearly continue to add to the free trial. And so at some point, Shadowbringers will be in the free trial at some point. And that just seems so strange. Like, it would be like, I think it would be so much smoother personally, is that the subscription is required to play Endwalker and Dawntrail. Okay, cool. Let me buy the game, and then I can play in all the AR, and maybe I don't have access to my retainer. Like, maybe the retainer is locked behind a subscription, but oh my goodness, like, come on.
It's also not just about the population size on Xbox, and this is a bit of a redundant argument. They say, oh, there's not enough people on Xbox. It's not about that anymore. It's about trying to reach peak market saturation wherever you can these days.
Yeah.
Because when you're dealing with, what is effectively a live service game, or even live service model anything, it's economies of scale now. It's, I think even when it comes to like bigger and all other products, I think it was recently Sony's former CEO said consoles have failed to hit something like 250 million sales. And it's like, well, that's a market of 1.5 billion gamers, excluding mobile. You're hitting like 60% of the potential market.
Hey, Sean. Good. Happy Dawntrail to you too, sir.
You need to do alternative market approaches to actually provide value to people and get them to effectively buy your product. You need to go where your players are.
Yeah.
You can't expect them to come to you anymore.
Well, and it's like, we've also seen with digital libraries, people get set, they get comfortable where they are, and it's like, what do you mean I need to go and like completely change it? It's like, no, I don't have that. I'm not really into that. Oh, hello everyone, welcome in. It looks like we got rated. Hello and happy Dawntrail launch. Just as a reminder for everybody coming in, I have not played the game since patch 2.2, and I am not continuing the story because I have not hit my weight loss goals. So I am still working on losing. I have to get below 210, which would put me at over 110 pounds down when that day does come. Now, I'm already down 70. I might be down 80, but I was hoping that I'd make it for today. But obviously, I still got a little bit of tub around kind of the waistband here. And so we're still working on getting this finished and cleaned up. So today's stream is absolutely spoiler free. We're going to dive in and check out all the good stuff about the latest update, and I'm going to be unlocking the Viper and the Pictomancer, and then we're going to be leveling up Pictomancer first and foremost. And who knows? We'll see here. I get the whole day to play video games. So thank you guys so much for the raid. Hopefully you guys are doing well. If there is a mod over on the Twitch side of things, wouldn't mind giving a shout out for that raid. Let's see here. Tell me. Okapaflan. Sorry, I had to look through the history here. Let me see if I can actually. I need to pull up the little commands here. Dashboard. And let's see here. How do I do a shout out? See here. There's like something where I see people say like, gave a shout out. Can I click on this and say follow? Okay, I'm gonna say follow. Thank you for that raid, and pop up at raid channel. Nope, manage. Okay, shout outs for streamers. Edit your extension. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I do shout out as a slash command? Shout out, and then okay, APIFAN. Hey, that's what we do. That's how we learn. Okafan says that's fine. I did the same progress, at least to get to the new areas. Going to go to Rotterdam now and pick up my TwitchCon badge to easily enter tomorrow. Very nice, man. Well, hopefully you have a great and fun time at TwitchCon. All right. Oh, I guess this is the guy I need to talk to. One of the things I really like about controller is like, even if it's crowded, you just got to press A and it's going to pick the right person.
I wish so many games that have controller support had an auto-targeting feature.
Oh man, it's a balance, right? Because like, do you let auto targeting and like things like PvP? I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think Diablo does it pretty well. Like Diablo 4 had a pretty good one, and they had it in PvP. Like, I'm playing V Rising right now. It doesn't have it,
Yes.
and it's just a nightmare
Mm-hmm.
to have any sort of ranged combat because it doesn't feel good to use. So it restricts you to like in a sense to melee.
Nothing about the new world is new. You don't say. Oh man, yeah, dude. I think it's gonna be fun. I think I'm really excited. Hopefully, a lot of people come and check it out. I think for me, like I was like, yeah, I haven't bought in the game on Xbox. I just use my not GeForce now, my Xbox Game Pass to claim the base version of the game. And so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy the expansion, which officially comes out on the 2nd of July. Which I was like, yeah, yeah, you're right. Like, it's kind of an interesting timing we got with Dawntrail and TwitchCon. Lots going on. Obviously, Elden Ring is still absolutely crushing it. So, one second.
I was surprised to see how much pushback it got, but I heard most of it was from Chinese people really unhappy with the anti-cheat.
Yeah.
Apparently, it wasn't running well.
The anti-cheat in this game?
No, Elden Ring.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, I don't think they've added Elden anti-cheat here.
No, they did. Everybody with mods would get banned.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing. When they showed off like the controller skill replacement or the skill replacement thing, I was like, all right, this is like, there is, I think now when I think about all the things that I was like hoping that they would add to the game, there's only now just a handful of things. It felt like Dawntrail was literally, I've joked about it, but it was like, hey, how do we get Brian back? Oh, he's been talking about we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this, because one of my biggest fears is like continual skill bloat and removal, and it's like it makes like, you know, you can't technically play Endwalker anymore. It's not the same game. The whole game has changed. So all that being said, it's like, yeah, let's let it figure itself out, you know. Oh, and so Snowgrove said that he got a tier 1 resub for 37 months of support. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna see what happens with this cutscene. But what we're gonna do here is for every 25 degrees of support, I gift out 5 members. I'm gonna do that over on Ginger Prime because that is where kind of the member exclusive stream is at. So just give me a second and I'll make sure that happens, because that pushes us up to our goal, you know, for the stream, which is incredible. Thank you. I also kind of do it as a rolling goal, so it doesn't reset every stream, so it just kind of just stacks up and stacks up.
For me, my issue with FF, and it's an issue I always thought they should have tackled proactively, it's more like a system rot, or the actual quality of life systems, you know, just not fit the purpose anymore.
Yeah.
For what the needs of the games are. A good example of that's the glamour system. You know,
friend system. I know they're redoing that one.
And just many of the UI aspects, UI functionalities kind of waned over time. They just haven't been really proactive on it. Another one was the graphics quality that probably should have been done around Stormblood.
Yeah.
You know, but again, it's the size of the team, the actual resources they have. You know, Todd Howard put it probably quite correctly. We can do anything, but we can't do everything.
Yeah. You got to pick your priorities.
Yeah, and it's just the story's always been it's been above average in my opinion, but it's like I'm more of a technical person. I like gameplay, so it's like it's more I want to see actual gameplay improvements for me.
Yeah.
And you know, if you're comparing it to what its nearest competitor is, which is probably World of Warcraft, they kind of do it in a very disjointed way, where it's like graphical improvements every expansion, for one expansion, rather than the whole game. So if you go back to Burning Crusade, it still looks like 2007.
Which, I mean, I guess makes the most sense, right? You're like, well, we know we want to do this. And so it just kind of stacks on top and stacks on top, right? We've seen that happen a lot with Final Fantasy. That's been one of my other key complaints. Is like systems they've added in, that haven't trickled down, you know? And it's like, yeah.
It's all about priorities. I mean, I get what they're doing. It's just like, but a big thing everybody kind of had was when it really was invasive with the characters, like Viera and Hrothgar.
Yeah.
And you couldn't, you know, Fantasias didn't work on Hrothgar properly, or you had to buy one effectively just to change how your character looked. You know, Viera still can't use hats.
Mm.
And they were like, I believe the excuse was it was a different model. And I was like, we'll just make a new one. And it's like easy to say, but you know, it's
Yeah, all that's easy to say. Like, it is a lot of work.
But at the end of the day, it's, you know, you're comparing it to other live services, and a lot of live services have ridiculous amounts of features added in every quarter, effectively.
All right, Viper is unlocked. Boom, baby. All right. Somebody have a snap remote? All right, let's see here. We check one setting here. Sound, and then, oh. Play when Windows not active. I wanted to do that because I was like, I need to go in over here and gift out the members. Oh, why won't it let me do that? 1 second. So first and foremost, let's up our member goal. We are now at 25 of 50. And let me gift out the members. And usually it's let me do that in the past. Clicking and it's doing nothing. Okay. Let me try something else here real quick. Did it not do the thing? Oh no. I might not be live over on Ginger Prime. Alright, I'm gonna go and delete this then, because otherwise people are gonna be like, what's going on? Delete forever. Yeah, because I guess I'd have to end the stream or something. So it didn't, it went live everywhere except for that one. And that's okay. Like I was, alright, we'll go ahead and delete that. Call that a day. And let me go ahead and gift out the members over here. I'll pop this chat out. And it's so weird because I can do it from the dashboard. All right, sweet action. And membership gifting. And we'll do the 5 that I owe you guys. So if you guys, I don't know if YouTube's still weird, but it's like, make sure you got your thing unlocked so you can get this. All right, there it goes. Sweet action. Woo. All right, Sean, Call Me TK, Suit, Donna, and Paul picking up those gifted. All right. And thank you, Snow, for kicking that off. I appreciate you. All right. So Viper is unlocked, I believe, from the live letters and stuff. That Pictomancer is, I would assume, in Ulda, not Ulda, in Gridania. So let's head there and see if I'm right.
Pictomancer is effectively Black Mage, isn't it? Or new variant.
Yeah. And it's interesting because it sounds like Black Mage and Summoner are going to become more into that category where Summoner loses res in the future. They haven't officially today. And then, like, it could maybe Pictomancer and Red Mage, the ones that also kind of have that utility and casting kind of role.
The problem with that is that everything effectively has a res these days. So if you don't have a res, why take you?
Well, and I mean, that really comes down to, like, your utility. Like, it should be damage if you don't have a res. So you would you would be more desirable for farming runs where people know the mechanics and you don't have to like worry about rezzing, because if you don't res, you don't need to worry about it. So
it's all about skills, especially at high-end content.
Yeah.
And high-end players are always the most vocal players, which is what drives a lot of meta gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people can be having fun with their class, but it doesn't perform well at the high end, so therefore there's an issue.
I gotta check mail. I got a message. I got a mail message. Oh, I think that's probably my early access materials. The joy of Pictomancer.
Pictomancer should be interesting, though, I think.
Yeah, I'm very interested about it. See how it plays, how it feels. Like I've seen, like, he was kind of showing it off, and I'm like it's really about how does it feel when playing.
It's a very anime fantasy, I feel. Like I see a lot.
There you go.
Like,
Go ahead. I was listening.
no, it's just like I see it like a lot in like shows like Black Clover and things like this, where it's just like random mage can make whatever they like as long as they have good drawing skills.
I like it. As somebody whose favorite non-tactics Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy 6, them having the Pictomancer come back after all these years, like I was excited. I was like, yeah. Now visually and the sound effects wise, I was like, I don't know if that's going to be super annoying, especially like in like Boja or things like that where there's a lot of things going on. But then you can always have to change the settings.
The only Final Fantasies I've played are 12 onwards.
What's up, Nev? How are you doing?
Which is probably a crime.
Which Final Fantasy did you say?
12 onwards is the only ones I've played.
So I love 12.
So,
I love 12.
12 came out when I was like 7 or something like that. And then, 13 happened. And that was an interesting saga to watch.
Yeah, 13 was such an you're 1000% right. Interesting saga to watch for sure.
Then I got into 14 when it came onto the 2.0 beta for PS3.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd just come back from Singapore at that time. And I managed to, they had the full story on the beta, so for the console, so I managed to do that because I couldn't afford the sub at the time. And then I managed to get back into it when Stormblood hit. And I had my own money at the time. And yeah, it's just kind of been off and on with FF for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really been an MMO which has kind of forced me to stay, or really, even if I wanted to stay, made me want to continue.
Exactly. Neff is just trying out Viper. I just unlocked Viper. I haven't played it, but we will step into Viper today here as well. Ronnie says, is Dawntrail live? It is. Dawntrail officially kicked off servers about an hour and a half ago. I got started around about 30 minutes ago, I think 40 minutes ago. So that is kind of where we're at. And just as a reminder, just spoiler free, guys. We're not going to be doing any story. We're going to be just leveling up Pictomancer, and I'm going to see how far I can get today as well. So I'm looking forward to that.
Do you know what is interesting though? When I started the game, I loved the gearing system, but as I've gotten older, I've started not to like it as much.
Yeah.
And much more prefer the traditional MMO gearing system.
Yeah, and that's where I agree, because like that's been one of my complaints with the gearing in Final Fantasy 14. Like it's just a stat stick, and it's so there's and the reason is that Yoshi P wants you to be able to take a break and come back, right? That's the healthy way the game was designed to be played, and that's what he encourages people to do. But if you're like, I've been in expansion after expansion after expansion, you're like, wait a minute, this is the same thing. I get this tome, I get this drop, I get this, and then it's good for a little bit of time, but then eventually it's like, nope, now I got to go do it again. Like, obviously, like that model works for a lot of gamers, but there's something that I think could be interesting to kind of like to use their base systems Imagine taking the relic system and saying, hey, you got that relic. It's going to always scale to your level, no matter what. So we're going to handle that. So it's maybe practical. Maybe it's not the most efficient while leveling and stuff. But then in the, the level capped content for the expansion, that specific relic has a perk or a skill or something that changes the way that your character plays. And so you then have a choice, like, do you want to go spend the time farming the relic? So it has a level of investment, but it would have to be protected from the raid. You couldn't go in and ruin, people's raid experience. And that's what Destiny does. Like, they literally turn off guns when people are doing the race,
It's really funny though. Because I don't actually like the leveling experience in FF14 that much, or the questing experience. I think it's got really bad questing and really bad leveling.
Yeah.
Just because it's not the dialogue or that, it's just how they approach it. I actually think it'd be probably better if they did a Guild Wars 2 scenario when it comes to the open world, and actually made more zones like Eureka and Boja common, and then you can just have like 3 to 4 zones where the story happens, and they're more, sandbox based, and they are dynamic zones, and things change within the zones, that type of thing. And you spend more of your time within a smaller area, but more's in it, rather than going from A to B through 50 different zones, and your Etherite, menu gets flooded with useless areas that you'll never visit again. And the only way I've seen them manage to sort of counteract that is with Beast Tribe quests, and I'm going to be honest, they're terrible.
The only good thing about like how those quests work is that they have kind of this thing that expires with them, so you're like, this has value, and then eventually that value drops off the cliff, because that model, that FOMO, that I think it works for a while, but then eventually it's just like, it just then ends up starting making you angry. Like, oh, I got it. Like when people talk about doing their MMO chores, I'm like, that sounds like a problem. Like that sounds like a growing problem, and you might be joking about the chores aspect today, but at some point you're gonna resent it. And it's like, okay.
It's why I don't care about season passes anymore.
Yeah.
Because even when they're offering me cosmetics now for cheaper, I'm just like, I just don't care. Like, was it £15 for me to buy like a Diablo 4 season pass? And it's not even, I could get like 10, 20-year-old games that are masterpieces on sale. But like, I think the entire Dragon Age series right now is £2, which is, an apple, the cost of an apple here almost. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That franchise could probably last me the entire year, just in terms of replayability. But it's also the fact that it doesn't even have to be a cost issue. It's more an emotional issue for me, because it's like FF14's PvP system. They said, it's not going to go away at all. You'll be able to go and retrieve those items and stuff like that at all times. And then it went, no, I'll be there for a limited amount of time, even though it is a long time. But it's like, well, what if I don't want to play your game right now? And you're not, in a sense, you're not meeting my schedule. You're forcing me to meet your schedule. And at that point, I'm just not interested. Whereas you could have just done a Halo model, had an archive of all the season passes, and then allowed me to work in my own time to complete those.
Where is my Pictomancer? Add it to my inventory or something? Alright. There it is. Yeah, I added it. Let me go ahead, add to armory chest.
Do you know what is interesting though? I've never been a massive fan of the survival genre, but I think V Rising has a better sandbox MMO feel to it than most sandbox MMOs.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Oh, armory space. Okay, hold on. What can I get rid of? Machinist level 80. Yeah, get out of here.
I kind of wish FF14 had a similar crafting system though, where it was more involved in terms of like systems rather than skills. Because it's very if you're an Omnicrafter, right, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same. It's predetermined pathways for nodes.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, if you want to get, what is it, like aluminium, you go to the spot where aluminium is. It doesn't naturally appear all over the world, and it just seems very automated for, like, you know, you just set a bot to do it, and it will go do it. It doesn't really feel natural.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. If I go to armory chest, and I think, what can I get rid of? 90 rifles of the hand. That's on a gear set. Reaper level 89. We can get rid of you. All right. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that, RS. All right, let's go to inventory. Let's see here. My soulstone I have to put in the armory chest? Okay. That's funny.
Have they changed how material works yet at all? Have they
I
added
haven't
to the
seen
job
it.
list?
It looks like it's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah. All right. If it didn't provide me with the gear, or unless they want me to be a shirtless painter. Oh yeah, they added face wear. Perfect. That's awesome. Wait, does it say it has to be unlocked? Feature has yet to be unlocked. Okay. We'll get there. So I need to go. Let me go grab teleport. Let's see here. I'm level 80, right? Yes, level 80 Picto. What was level 80? That would have been 90 was Endwalker, so we're Yulmore. Let's see if we got some tomes to spend.
Oh yeah, you'll get the crap lurker gear.
Yeah, something I was like, yeah, let me pick up some gear.
It's insane how much you remember from these games, even though you haven't played them in such a long time.
Yeah, it just becomes some, like part of your DNA.
Yeah, it's riding a bike.
The guy. Oh, it's sure. It's up at the counter. Homestone. Disciples of Magic.
Yulmore always had a really nice art aesthetic, I think. Like, Shadowbringers really did hit it out of the park there.
Yeah.
But I actually think the zone around Yulmore is probably the worst zone. No, I can't enter the ferry zone in that expansion. That zone just really annoys me.
It's got to be where I need to check my settings. I'm gonna equip that. Because it's like, I think, yeah, everything's flowing into my inventory.
Yeah.
Level 80. Level 80.
I really like that system, though. The fact that you can do that. How it separates gear with the armor. But I actually kind of wish because the way the gear works and how the material works, if they had almost like a glamour plate system for your gear, and it removes the gear from the armory chest when you slot it in, and then you can just switch between the plates depending on your job.
Yeah.
Or you can just, you know, keep the armory chest the way it is and then put the material on the job stone, so when you change it automatically changes.
All right, we're looking good on this. Got some gear, and then some skills. Okay, let me head back to the house here, and then I will hit the striking dummy for a bit, and then maybe we'll run a dungeon, and then we'll go do some Boja. Take advantage of any leveling, but yeah, the queue times are probably going to be pretty absurd.
It's weird how almost everybody I know has a house in Shirogane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure if it's the weed like viruses spread or something. Just don't know what it is. Sure, it could be. It could be that due to the back in the day when housing was a lot more contested.
Yeah.
And then Shirogane came out with his housing zones. Everybody kind of just jumped, and then nobody's kind of changed.
Oh wow. You riser? Look at all that. Oh yeah, let's get this earring because it's gonna be an additional experience, baby.
Do you have the Stormblood pre-order bonus then?
Yeah, I've got the pre-order bonuses. Inventory. Also, I think I'm supposed to get a when the game releases the mount. Equip
Are
that.
those pre-order bonuses level locked at all?
I don't think so. I think it's. Yeah, I think it's literally level 1 stuff, and it's just glamour. Because it's like you get an earring which like scales the level, you know, so
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, and then that they did that, and you know, this is what the same thing is. It just gives you additional experience. Where is the date? What page did they put him on?
I have to ask the question, are you going to try the new Elden Ring expansion?
Yeah, I need to finish the base game first. I think that seems like the most prudent thing. But yeah, I'm really liking Elden Ring.
That's good.
Lost Lapse.
I don't know what it is, but I kind of have a feeling like somewhere around like 2008 to 2010 video games just stopped feeling like video games in terms of how they played.
Yeah.
Because when I play like a Dark Souls game, a FromSoft game, it feels like I'm playing something from the early 2000s. Even with all the modern upgrades.
Yeah. Alright, let's take a look at our actions and traits. Actually, let me take a look at our character config. Hotbar. See if there's any new settings. Sharing, cross, custom. Yeah, that's all. Actions and traits. Alright, actions. Fire in red. Deals fire damage with potency, blah blah blah. Grants Aether Hues. Fire 2 in red. Fire damage with a potency. And all, okay, I wonder, is this gonna have like a Black Mage feel where Fire 2 like there's like Thunder 2 and Thunder 4, or you're like are the evens AoEs and all? Like I was like, why not make it Fire and Viagra? That's what Final Fantasy 11 did. The adding in that extra was like, oh, this is the AoE version.
The problem I have with Black Mage, and Black Mage does to me feel like the best class, but the problem is it's not intuitive.
Yeah.
You know, and they really do need to figure out a way where they can sort of streamline how, you know, Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3, Fire 4, which one you're actually meant to be on.
Yeah.
Because there's too many situations where you're using multiple fires and multiple ices. And then the mixture, like, it just becomes very convoluted because your rotation is changing every 10 levels.
Yeah. So here's Fire in red. Sleep. I'm going to move some of that over here. Tempera Coat. Lucid Dreaming. Fire in red 2.
1 second.
I've always kind of had my AoEs over here. Creature Motif. Paints a creature. Weapon Motif, paints a weapon. Hammer Stamp, deals unexpected damage. Critical hit with the potency. The first mini in 6. Oh, okay, it's an AoE. I'll take these off the bar for now. I can bring them back if I need. Bring Hammer Stamp in here. Blizzard in Cyan. Deals ice damage. Single target. Alright, so we got Fire and Ice. Blizzard 2 in Cyan. Deals ice damage. Target. And enemies nearby. AoE. Landscape Motif. Holy. And, oh, okay, so it's got white magic as well. Holy and white. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby. Okay, AoE. Comet in black. Ooh, level 90. Deals enemies nearby potency 4%, and that's gonna be that. We'll go ahead and pull it in here for just the time being. Rainbow Drip deals unexpected damage to all enemies in a straight line before you. Rainbow Drip, level 92, and Star Prism. Oh wow, that's powerful. Alright, cool. So Rainbow Drip, Common and White, Star Prism, more AoEs. Then you can shake a stick at. I don't want to keep the thing too busy here. Alright, those are the spells. Abilities. Tempora Coat. Creates a barrier around self that absorbs damage, totaling 20% maximum HP. Alright. Enable action change. Enable recast timer to prevent erroneous input. So action change settings. Yeah. Okay. So Tempora Coat. I have that already. Yep, I got that right there. So
I always feel like these tooltips are so bloated with like information.
Dude, it's that people are like, oh, as a tip, you want like we need to. Oh, it's not like it replaces it. It just replaces it at the level. I was hoping that they'd swap them in. Quickly dash 15 yums forward. Cannot execute it. Yeah, like they're like some of the things. It's like like when people look at them, it's like yeah, but you also have to have like a real understanding of what they're trying to tell you.
Yeah, it's like Rainbow Drip. I have no idea what a Rainbow Drip is.
Right. Living Muse. I have Living Muse. I have Smudge right there. Swiftcast. Mog of the Ages.
They should have like a Hall of the Novice type situation where you just can like go into an instance and then just practice like the class where it tells you how to actually use the class properly.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it doesn't necessarily have too many things I need to worry about. Let me take that off the bar for now. Mog of the Ages, Motif, Living Muse, Holy and White, Hammer Stamp, Blizzard and 2 in Cyan, Fire 2 in Red, Smudge, Tempora Coat, Blizzard and Cyan, Fire and Red. I don't see any lightning based spells, but maybe we'll just put Weapon Motif here. Oh, that Hammer Motif, Hammer Stamp. And then we've got Creature Motif. Okay, so that's what the Palm Motif is right here. Let's move this over here. And then we got Landscape Motif. Starry Eye. Okay, there we go. And that's how that. And those swap in and change, but depending on what I need. Okay, okay. Fire. We'll put Fire here. Blizzard here. I'll grab Swiftcast. Put it there. Let's see here. I've got those things. I don't think I need that there at all. We'll see. Smudge. Move that there. AoE stuff right there. Subtractive Palette grants 3 stacks of Subtractive Palette. Do I have that already on the bar? I'm not seeing it. So I do that right there. Let's see here. Steel Muse. Okay. Render a depiction of the weapon to life. What if I put that down the... Oh, dope. I just replaced something. I don't... It wasn't Smudge. Steel Muse. Living Muse. Mog of the Ages, I think, is over here. Maybe it was Mog of the Ages. Let's see here. Log of the Ages. All right. Yeah, because that's already over there. Still subtracted back. I said we put that there. Scenic Muse. Okay. Okay, so that's assignable. That it becomes that. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see what's up with these changes. Go from there. All right. Let's play around. Arrow in green. Water in blue. Oh, that is fantastic.
Your taskbar is going up pretty fast as well, though.
Yeah. Not instant, but it's still there. Alright, there we go. Let's try what this does. Blizzard in cyan, followed up with stone in yellow, and thunder. Yeah! Alright, that's great. I can drop holy over here. And when I have Comet at level 90, I think that's gonna be where that is. Let's see here, what is this as well? Hammer stamp? Alright, let's try some of that. Hammer motif. Cool, now I can drop that. Hammer time. Alright.
It's a bit of a weird nitpick I have with the animation. It does feel artificial when you look at the colors, but it's painting, so it was meant to look artificial. Yeah. It's throwing me off.
Alright, so let's play around with that. So
I wonder how the rotation is going to come out for this class.
yeah.
Well, there's always the biggest issue with Black Mage and Summoner is that the rotation is just absolutely massive.
Oh, so with my motifs, that's where I get those charges. If I do hammer motif, it's on cooldown, so I can't grab that. But I can still queue up these things that don't do any damage. Okay. And then I like that it's swapping out those things, because that is so nice. All right. All right, let's see here. High level dungeons needs a tank. Needs, yeah. All right, let's go ahead and put myself in queue. If anybody wants to team up today, just jump on in. Would love to have you around. What's going on, Jazz? How you doing? What's going on, Mono? You're excited to see what Final Fantasy IX references they are going to use in Dawntrail? Yes, and hopefully the rumors are true that Final Fantasy IX is getting that remake, or that, you know, that remake treatment.
Is this a situation where it's like, oh, there's a Bloodborne remake in the work, and then it never happens?
You never know.
And then every single showcase, somebody's like, FF9's going to get remade.
All right. There is, if anybody knows where the new deep dungeon is, I wouldn't mind going and grabbing that. So I don't know.
They added another one?
They added one in Endwalker.
Oh, okay.
Because they also didn't do a exploratory zone, so there's been some level of frustration throughout Endwalker. It was entertaining to watch people go from, oh, that Brian guy is right. It's like you fast forward a couple of months and then everybody's like, oh my gosh, y'all were all memeing on him, and now everybody's joining him.
Endwalker was a bit of a weird situation because Island Sanctuary was effectively the World of Warcraft mod Garrison.
Oh yeah.
But more tedious. And I was like, and I could tell from the onset it wasn't going to be popular.
Mm-hmm.
Because it instanced you off from everyone else. You weren't talking to anyone, you know.
Yeah, it was so isolationist. It was like, oh man.
Yeah, and it was also the situation where it was like, at least in WoD, it kind of automated a lot of things for you.
Mm-hmm.
But in Island Sanctuary, it became very spreadsheety quite quickly. And I was like, it was the same issue I had with the Helm in Destiny. It's like, the concept of the sacred space where everybody comes together and is communal, what a city is meant to be effectively in the game, just is removed at that point, and it kind of becomes a lobby game.
Yeah. There we go. Sad nor it is. Wait, like, man, I wish there's so many things of like, it's an instance. It'd be so cool. Let's see here, register.
Yeah, that's how raids came about, right? Because if I remember correctly, it's fit before my time. EverQuest, all the raids and PvP were all in the open world, and I don't think they've ever recovered from instancing them off.
Right.
Like it's kind of left a hole in the MMO, and it's never really been filled properly.
Yeah, party, party, party. We've got 3 Vipers and a Picto in this party. It's a Viper Picto party here out in Zadnor, baby.
Viper does look cool.
Hey, my little motifs. Yeah, hey, no worries, Sean. We don't need a day to travel. There's gonna be plenty of playtime for Dawntrail.
It's weird for me because sort of the conquistador sort of Spanish style things have never really appealed to me, and it's why I never really got into New World in the beginning, was because it was very, conquistador, like themed, sort of that, pirate era type of thing, and it's grown on me as I've gotten older, I have to admit.
Yeah.
But I think I probably would attribute that to New World actually slowly winning me over than anything else, I feel like.
That's it. I think it does a fairly decent job at that.
Because I played New Worlds, I did get New World at one point, and I played the first bit, and then I realized, I tried to be a mage, and then I realized the fire staff was horrible to use, and I just refunded the game. And I could probably find a build that suited me, but I'm going to wait until the Eternum update happens, and then I'll dive back in.
Yeah. I think that's exactly the right way to go about it. Cast these spells, baby. No, and it is not, and I wish it was so much. I like this hammer time spell. That's great.
It's
I don't know
such
what I'm doing anyway. Oh dear lord.
Honestly, GeForce Now is amazing.
Yeah. Dude, this game, I would love it if it came to GeForce Now.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of like the one like, I think an additional platform that would make it so much more enjoyable for me to play is that if it's accessibility for me. Like, how's leveling and stuff gonna go? Yeah, like I'm not gonna be full-time streaming this game and leveling all the jobs, but it's great that I can play on my Steam Deck. It'd be really great if I could play it on, you know, all my devices.
It's weird, right? Because I probably should have listened to you at the beginning when it came to GeForce Now, like a long time. Because I feel like I had an undue prejudice against cloud and against cloud gaming specifically. And now that it's gotten really good, I'm just sat here thinking I should have gone and got the Founders Pack.
Oh no, I was like, I'm all in on this. I was like, this is. Once I was I was playing Gears of War 5 on a laptop that have no like ability to even play the game, and then it was like, oh, and then my battery didn't drain, my system didn't get hot. Yeah. And I was like, oh, this is really nice, and I had a really good experience. And I was like, okay, I see the appeal. I see that appeal. I'm playing Rising max settings, and like my CPU is 2%. Yeah. My GPU is 15, VRAM's 22. Like it's like there's nothing there, you know? Yeah. It's insane. Like no complaints that I would have without a normal system in a sense. But I think at the time what happened was I had a good system, and therefore I was prone not to do it. But as my system's gotten worse and worse and worse, it's become more appealing, and I'm just more willing to try GeForce Now than spend, you know, the £600-700 on a new GPU, plus, you know, what would probably cost me £200 to £300 for a new CPU, because I'll have to go for a 14th gen, you know, Intel or an AMD, and I just don't want to spend the money. Yeah. Exactly. Baby. Welcome in. Thanks for that follow. All right. Where are we going next? In the future, however, I'm thinking of just getting like a small micro factor PC and then putting it like £200 and then just putting GeForce Now on it and then doing it that way. Yeah, then like that, or you get a smart TV that does the same thing. You know, it's like I'll do that for the living room, but for the office, because I still want some of the, you know, functionality that I hear you. Yeah, 100%. I don't need anything else other than Windows now. And even then, I'm like using Google Docs a lot of the time, Google Drive, OneNote. And it's all cloud-based anyway. Yeah. Stop hurting the poor birdie. Try diplomacy. I don't know how my parents are going to react to a lot of these cloud services. I think my mother will be fine, but my father, he's very much like he still has licenses of Windows like 10. Stolen away. Moja cluster. I guess we go to the thing. Let's see what pops, and go run and grab it. How much experience? Oh wow, that was a huge chunk of experience. That one fight, 1.1 million, and I need 6 to get to 81. So yep, so far, unless anybody's like, oh, the new tower is, you know, new dungeon is far more efficient. I have actually noticed an interesting stat with me ever since I started using GeForce Now. My gaming time has actually increased. Yeah, I agree. That's the only real way that, like, with my life and with the family, is that I can play more. Like, GeForce Now enables me to actually be able to play games, because it's just no updates. Just pick it up, go for it. You know. So, you know, like me, I'm a bit of a vampire myself. You know, I'm staying up to ridiculous hours in the morning. Mm-hmm. All the time. Like, I think my average, like, sleep time's like 3 in the morning at this point. And I get up, like, I have like 4 to 5 hours sleep normally. That's just what I'm used to. And it's probably going to kill me eventually, but it's fine. Everything's going to do that. You know, but my average playtime, I think over 2 weeks on Steam, is like 96 hours. GeForce Now. Yeah. And that's with a job and family and everything on top. And now it's like 120.
And that's because I can sit in the living room and just use GeForce Now on my iPad and then watch something with the family.
Yeah. Where's the Calesta, baby? 1 second. I forgot I needed to... Oh no. General limit break. Oh, good. I was like, no, don't move. There we go. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, actually, my recent activity in the past 2 weeks is 156 hours.
On GeForce Now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Over the past 3 weeks. I'm not getting any sleep.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Well, I'm making use of the subscription at least.
Yes, you're getting that value.
But I think I did the calculation. It's like, because I've got the sort of $18 subscription per month. It's like 11 cents an hour to run, which is infinitely cheaper than just having the hardware.
One thing I would have enjoyed, and I haven't seen them do this, is that it'd be really nice if regular enemies also rewarded experience, even if it was just minuscule.
Yeah. Do they do what WoW does, where it's like enemy XP's only relegated to the bosses?
And the fates and the bosses, yes.
Yeah. WoW does it weird because they don't want people leaving, but the problem is, you know, a lot of the, like, they put the XP at the final boss, but that really leads to a really poor dungeon experience for a lot of new players because you just skip to the final boss. Like, they don't have a situation where it sort of segments each boss away from one another. You can just go straight to the final one.
Right.
And you know, you have a dungeon which is meant to take 15 to 20 minutes, just take 5, and I think it just ruins a lot of the players' experience. Because a lot of the older veterans don't want to deal with it.
Oh, do those stack up? Or I did something that's allowing me to do a lot of these. Wow, I still got more holies. Like that. That felt good. Yeah, if I missed like a holy proc, like it would be very enjoyable to be able to let that stack. Is there anything that's showing up? Okay, maybe that's what those are. The little painting things.
Did you? Because I know have they added that sort of PvP application of, like, you know, the combos to PvE yet, where it's like if you press one button, you can press the same button for the next action?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is here.
I was surprised because FF doesn't have a lot of, you know, system complexity, but it has a lot of back office and mechanical complexity to compensate for that. But I'm just surprised they just didn't reduce the bloat and just, you know,
Yeah, I
make
can
it probably
queue
1
up
to 6 GCDs.
all of these little extra holies. This is great. That feels fun. Like, that's the thing. I was like, I would love it if I could store up my thunders, right, and save those thunder procs on Black Mage.
Does that just make it feel a bit too build or spendery, do you think?
What's up?
Do you think that just makes it feel a bit too build or spendery?
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm not sure, like, it all depends how it feels. Because Black Mage is convoluted, but I feel like it's the best feeling class in the game. But that's also probably because Yoshi P is the one who plays it.
Yeah. Oh, I did the party. 1 second. Party. There we go.
I'm surprised how smooth this launch experience has gone.
I'm not. I thought this was going to be a pretty smooth launch for Forum, because the biggest problem with Endwalker was still their inability to ping in servers, and now they have cloud-based servers. So
That's impressive.
it's like, okay, yeah, you need to be able to get to a spot where you can spin up a server by clicking a button.
Yeah, so they've just virtualized it. They've gone hyper-converged, which is really good.
Yes, exactly.
You know, I was surprised at the time when it happened because I was working for Dell, and we weren't having any server issues, and in terms of stock at the time.
Well,
So
yeah,
everybody was really confused.
The thing is, they were getting outbid, when it comes down to like physical servers
and things.
Right. So it's like, okay, that server is really a $5,000 server, but Microsoft is buying them, and so the price has gone up, and it's just become. Also, they weren't able to go to they were launching the new data center, so they were, and then you also had both the new wave of the latest WoW Exodus, and then you had people who were on a break coming back, and it's like, yeah, with the people that were playing it from leaving WoW, they're already, the servers have a queue, and then now you stack on everybody who wants to come play for the hype. So people had a vastly different experience with Endwalker depending on when you could play. So if you were a streamer and you could just be in the game, you had a great experience. There weren't any problems. If you were somebody who was like, I just got off work and I want to play, and the bug that was the most painful was they would kick you out of queue. Because I was like, I would have been perfectly fine if it's like, oh, I've got a 3-hour queue. Okay, I'm gonna go do whatever. But you had to freaking babysit it, and that was just not good. But I don't blame them for that. There was situational, and that's why I was like, I think Dawntrail is gonna be freaking smooth, because now they have all these additional servers. Now they have a lot of ways different to play.
So
and there was a queue, but that's not a problem. I don't mind waiting in line.
When I was dealing with selling servers during COVID, the actual server component, I could get a server out to someone within 3 days.
Yeah.
Built straight from factory. However, that doesn't include them actually putting on a firmware, actually tailoring the server to what they need. That is all on them. But what was actually really rare was the switches that you needed for the server. That was gold dust. You couldn't get one. And it eventually got to a point where it was 6 months for a switch.
Damn.
And it was ridiculous.
I was like, I'm trying to play with these buttons, and then I'm like, oh crap, I'm standing in everything that's bad. All right, I'll just hang out and wait.
Because I was dealing with schools at the time, so we could get them the servers. They couldn't plug them in anywhere. So it's just like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
But I think the stat was the UK did about 10 years of IT investment within 2 years.
Yeah.
But the problem was all that IT investment was backlogged. So they should have been doing it over time. They just weren't doing it, however, because IT is always, especially in education, has always been seen as a privilege, not a necessity. Mm-hmm. Yet when you give a child a laptop, their grades improve by 2. So a kid earning a C has the potential to earn an A just because they've got a laptop now. The actual margin of improvement for a kid with a laptop is insane.
Yeah.
But when I was at school, that was always relegated to, people who had dyslexia, that type of stuff.
Baby.
I remember I ended up turning everybody else's debuffs and buffs off on the boss names.
RS. Yeah. Oh yeah. You turn off. That's the thing with Eureka and Moshe. It's like, yeah, you got to shut that stuff down. RSJ. Yeah. Yes. This is a fun job, but I'm very curious to see how I change things up. But I'm also now, because of how some of these skills work, I'm gonna go. I want to check out some of the other casters and see how they feel as well. So it's gonna be a fun day. It's gonna be a fun day.
I wonder how Dragoon's changed, and if they've redone Monkey yet.
I don't know.
Because I know Dragoon was up for a rework, and weren't they also planning to redo Astrologian again?
Yes. And they're even talking about more to come in 8.0. The team that's alive. Go team. Like, most of us are all just kicking back and taking a dirt nap. The thunder is safe on the orb. Fire is not safe on the orb.
I actually think the biggest strength of Pictomancer is if it's not as complicated as Black Mage. That's probably going to be the biggest strength, but it's also probably going to be Black Mage's biggest weakness. Pictomancer is just a lot easier.
Yeah.
Everybody's just going to go Pictomancer. Even if you can do more damage on Black Mage, it's just going to be, you know, far easier to manage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this takes out. Paxton, what's up? Oh, no, I think because everybody here is like a Viper and or a Pictomancer, so there aren't raises to be handed out. I guess unless somebody had, maybe I guess you could equip raise. That's a great question, RS. Let me see. I might switch over to Black Mage here and see what all is different about Black Mage.
Yeah, you want your another rotation for your next time, for your next 10 level.
Yeah.
I did think Endwalker's Black Mage rotation though was fun. But I did think the rotation was a bit bottom heavy.
Yeah.
And I also did prefer Endwalker's early actual story-based dungeons a lot more than the post-patch dungeons.
Okay.
I thought the post-patch dungeons were significantly worse than what the story ones were.
Yeah, these guys are keeping it together. Wow, they got him down to 19%. Let's see if they can do it. I guess like do I have raise? Lost mana wall, lost cure 3. I have to go look at my lost actions. Look for raise, you know.
But it's weird, but I actually also thought the trials for the post-patch content were really good. So I wonder if there's like a priority of content that they have to look at, and then the dungeons are just kind of at the bottom. But then you've also got Criterion and stuff they added into the pool as well, so it could just be, you know, the amount of time they have to actually check things in.
Yeah. What's up, TK? How you doing, dude? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Have you tried the variant in Criterion dungeons yet?
I did the variant, and I don't know if I slipped into Criterion, but I was just like, I think I'm done. Like, I was like...
I did them once, and then I left. Like, I didn't do them enough to have an opinion of them, but I kind of just stopped the game at that point. Like, I think the last time I actually played was... I played for one day.
Yeah.
When the third Alliance raid came out, and then I just stopped playing.
DK's how's the trail coming along? That's coming great. I'm making progress on Pictomancer. We're gonna level up Pictomancer. That's the plan. I can't progress the story, so we will not be doing story today.
Did you do the Alliance raids at all, or is that included?
I did the first one. I didn't do any of the additional.
The first one's amazing.
That experience is sweet.
That Alliance raid, like, I'm going to be honest, right? I think Shadowbringers Alliance raids, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalkers Alliance raids are solid, like, solid experiences. I know a lot of people don't like Mirrors, Linear 1, because of how long it is. And the Stormblood one does have the math robot that doesn't clearly explain what it actually needs you to calculate by, and therefore it just confuses everybody.
Mm.
And I remember when it came out, everybody had a table of what you needed to fix when it asked you the question.
Raises rolling out. I'm gonna get to this fade down here, and then we'll play around with them. Spaceship carrying a body, that's funny. Yeah, I think Eureka was far more visually beautiful and entertaining.
Yeah. Bojo was a bit too brave for my taste.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, man, I really wish they had an exploratory zone in Endwalker now, you know, like that, because to see what they would do.
Mm. Yeah, imagine an ancient exploratory zone. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go out to 100%, man.
Even if they made Elpis like an exploratory zone, that'd be cool. Like, because you know it's meant to be sort of this, what do you call it, like the modern day version of Elpis. Because it's meant to be sort of like a safari almost of all these experiments.
Yeah. Oh crap. Get the heck out of that. I did not want to spend my time on the ground. How's Moshe treating you? Spent a lot of time on the dirt. Phil, what's up, dude? Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I got up at like my normal time to get up. Yeah, give me that sweet action.
I don't know how you get up at 4.
I got things I gotta get done.
No,
well, I mean, it really comes down to, because like I try to get off work around 3 in the afternoon so that I can go spend more time with the kids. Like in the summer, take them to the pool and whatnot. So that way it's like, yeah, Dad worked a portion of his day while they were sleeping. Then they got to go do, you know, kid stuff. And then they got to watch them, because we let them like watch TV in the afternoon for a little bit. And then it's like, oh, and then after TV, Dad's off work, and now let's.
I do have to ask how you pulled that off. Are you a freelancer or like a contractor?
No, I just have a job that's in. I guess technically yes to that, but and that's what I did for 5 years. But I ended up joining a company, and it's been great. Like, they've been wonderful.
Because every single time I imagine, I was like, hey, can I, start earlier, leave earlier? I always imagine them just saying you don't get the job, and I'm just like, crap.
I'm like, and then if you guys need me, just let me know. Here, can I increase that size? Yeah, let me decrease that. There we go. I don't need that much in there anyway.
Super productive. I am not a morning person.
I am. I'm a morning person. I haven't even had any coffee yet today, so we're gonna get some coffee here in a little bit. Let's see here. I was going to look at gear sets. Let me drag this down here so I can get back to it easily. And where is my black mage? I have them in rows.
Caffeine, code. I don't drink
Blizzard,
coffee.
Fire, Blizzard 2, upgrades. My Blizzard. It doesn't look like it reduced any skill. I mean, too many skills at least. Looks like sharp cast has changed.
Fat chocobo. Didn't they recently re-release the black one of that, and it was for like a particular event or something, and everybody got mad?
I don't know. What are these macros? The old Mac. I guess I don't have those macros anymore.
I wonder if ChatGPT can actually write FF14 macros.
I wonder, man. Yeah. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I might try that out.
I'm doing it now.
Like ChatGPT, write the macros for changing out all of my gear.
No way, it can. It's doing it.
Nice.
It's doing an ether flow macro for me.
Oh no, guys. Alright.
Nah, it's weird, right? Because I've just been using like ChatGPT now to automate all my MMO stuff that I just don't want to do. So like macros, that type of stuff.
Nice.
Like
ChatGPT,
right?
play and level up Final Fantasy 14 for me. While I go have some pancakes.
I'll ask it like V Rising, right? It says discover a way to unlock iron smelting. I'll just ask ChatGPT how do I unlock iron smelting, and it'll tell me, and it's like ridiculous. It's the worst thing because it's a generated guide.
Yeah.
So you're not going onto it, but it's better than going onto like a Wowhead or even like a balanced Discord. So it'll just tell me the stuff from the balanced Discord. Like, you know, you can just ask it what's the best rotation, and it'll give you the best rotation.
But like, so I use the motifs. See, and a good example of something that I would have preferred is like if it changed the motif to what it's supposed to be, as opposed to now it's like, I don't know, like on its own thing. So not quite there yet. Still room for improvement. But like one of the things I'm enjoying already is just how
So
clean
what is a motif?
this is. So you paint the motifs, and then that opens you up, I guess, to use these other abilities.
Oh, okay. Do you think that's how they're going to go further with other classes? Is just less, you know, you can customize a skill, like to a predetermined thing, rather than adding new skills?
Moves teleport code. This is the level 88, so I don't know that yet. Or maybe I do. I think this maybe just goes to 80, unless you level up. So.
I do kind of wish they, you know, they scaled up the exploration zones to the level cap,
Yeah.
just to keep them relevant.
Well, I think one of the things that I would have really enjoyed is if they added in like Eureka as a leveling piece of content. So there's just a level of variety.
Do you know what I never really got, right? Is why keep constantly re-releasing, in a sense, releasing new deep dungeons when you could have just added to it and improved the deep dungeon you had. You know? What's the point of adding Heaven on High and then the new one? You could have just improved, you know, Palace of the Dead.
Neat. It would be like, yeah. It just, I guess it's the fact that like they're disconnected experiences is kind of where it's like I wish they were more connected.
Yeah. It's just from my perspective, since they are disconnected. What's the point of adding to the you're just doubling and it says copy pasting with a different aesthetic look? So you might as well just add them all together and have the experience, even though it is disconnected.
Oh, I got lost here. We'll do lost panel.
I did miss. Endwalker didn't have a trial storyline, didn't it? It was absorbed by the story, right?
Which one? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Endwalker didn't have a trial quest storyline. It was absorbed by the main quest, wasn't it?
I think so, which makes sense because
It's just it was weird. Like, Shadowbringers, the Shadowbringers one was amazing.
yeah.
So I'm surprised they did that.
Oh, dead gummit. I don't think. Bummer. Oh. You love early morning, so productive. Caffeine code.
I don't know what it is, but coffee just never appealed to me.
I didn't start drinking coffee until we started having the kids. Like, I was just like, okay.
Is that the defining factor?
It is.
Yeah.
It is a game changer. I'm like, all right. And I just drink it black, so it's like when it's all said and done, hey, got a res pre end of the fight. Perfect.
I didn't start drinking coffee until I was uber stressed, and I'm like, oh great.
There we go. Switch over to white mage. Register. What's up, Shabzaz? Good morning. How is the new Dawn? It's like I'm loving Pictomancer. I'm loving Pictomancer. Pictomancer's a lot of fun. Oh yeah.
Good to see the Crucible for No Rest of the Wicked come out.
Yes, dude, in the 25th. Yeah, so I've had a couple of whispers and things like that about what's going down, and it's exciting stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I think, and then that also tees it up perfectly for my birthday. So I might do some long streams. July 27th. So it's that Saturday. So
no, mine's just the 16th, so I'm waiting.
Oh, okay.
I might do that for the birthday.
Very cool, man. Happy early birthday to you, sir.
Same with you. I might. It's where it's like I might get No Rest, even though it's still in early access.
Oh, that's so good, dude.
First to early access games, like I don't want to spoil myself until it's like released, but I might get No Rest for it.
Oh, thank you, Phil. Yeah, Phil just recently had his a big birthday celebration, so yeah, man. Yeah, it's just, you know, like, yeah, we're here. We're still here. We're still here. Call Me TK is also on the 16th. Yeah, we got, but how many Leos we got in chat? Let's go.
16th, Melissa.
Yeah, man, dude, that's awesome, TK. I think this will get me to 81. This is great. Making prog, baby.
Every single one of Brian's followers has a birthday in 60.
Yeah, I know. It's like, yeah. What are the odds?
Yeah, what are the odds everybody's birthday's in July?
Like, have to change the name to Ginger July or something.
We only accept people who are born in July.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, June. Get the F out.
You're not true, Summer.
You're not true. You happen to be out of school, but summer doesn't officially. You only have a part of the summer.
No. It's weird. In Scotland and England have different holidays when it comes to the summer. In Scotland, you're out by June. In England, it's I believe it's July, and then they keep it all the way until like late, like almost into autumn.
Yeah, that's a good use of that.
3 more days. Oh no. I'm not looking for. It's like I'm at the point now where it's like 3 more years till 30, and I'm like, yeah.
30. My 40s have been way better than my 30s, just because we found out my health issue. It's like,
Yeah.
oh man. You mean you're not constantly riddled with anxiety?
No, but time just flies so fast.
Yeah. Fudge. Oh, good. I made it. Oh, no. Don't stop. Can't stop, don't stop.
It's not an issue. It's honestly not an issue. I'm in the south of the UK right now. It's 16 degrees.
What's that in Fahrenheit?
I can tell you. 1 sec. It's not much. So average summer UK temperature, which is June to August, right? It's about 55 to 73.
Mm-hmm.
So it's generally not much. But in the winter, it's 36 to 46. You know, and then in spring, it's 41 to 59. So it's genuinely, the year is between 36 and 59. It's not that hot in the UK.
Yeah. They didn't hit. Oh, so close.
The heat wave yesterday was hot, but it wasn't that hot.
Mm-hmm.
Like today, it's like 16 degrees. Like the only time we really get a heat wave is when like a storm from the Mediterranean hits. And it gives us that, you know, sort of Mediterranean weather, like from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
And then it starts to feel like Spain. But it's not 37 degrees. It's like maybe max. And this was last year. It got to like 35. But there is also some, you know, miscalculation in those temperature readings. Like they take them in really sort of high temperature areas. Mm-hmm. You know, like airports, that type of thing, where, you know, you've got a lot of equipment running. But no, it's like a lot of the time in the UK, the problem is that a lot of our buildings are like 40 years old, and therefore they just don't have they're really good at keeping heat in if they've been re-insulated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they just don't have the ventilation, so you get a lot of these older houses, which is a large part of the housing population, just can't deal with heat. But if you're in a newer build, it's the window, you know, you usually have windows or French doors and things like this. And if you're part of an apartment, you know, there's usually some form of AC or ventilation that can help you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel saying it was 35 degrees Celsius here. And it's hotter where I am. So yeah, like the heat doesn't bother me. I like Texas.
Yeah, I was in Florida last Christmas, and it was cold. Like, it was about as cold as the UK, and I was really surprised. Because from my mind, Florida's quite tropical, normally.
Yeah.
Especially in the summer. It's really hot. Never been to Texas, though. I should go.
Oh, I love it. Texas is phenomenal.
Like, I'm told Dallas and Houston, I believe, are the two places to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally like San Antonio and over Dallas. But Alec, I did like Fort Worth, but Fort Worth, because they had free parking, and then now it's like they've gotten rid of that. I'm like, no.
Free parking in America?
Yeah, like if we drive, you have to have a car in Texas. There isn't, you don't experience Texas vehicle free. So it, like, it, you know, people are like, oh, it's cheaper to live in Texas. It's like, yes, but there are requirements that, you know, that not like somebody in a big metropolitan city would necessarily have to deal with.
Do you know what the funny thing is, right? And we hear a lot from Americans that our public transportation is very good. But compared to like mainland Europe, our public transportation is god awful. Like the UK is kind of like America 0.5, where it's like we've got half of American culture, half of European culture.
Yeah.
But we haven't got the best of either. So it's really annoying in a lot of the aspects, because it's like you need a car in the UK if you want to be anywhere else outside of London.
Okay.
Or in those very small, you know, towns or city. Like, but if you have to, like, it's just too spread out. Because England's a lot of towns. A lot of the population is sort of rural these days.
Yeah.
Like, I think my nearest, like, I'm in the countryside right now, my nearest town is like 6 miles away.
Okay.
Which means there's nothing around me but trees. But my nearest city is about half an hour away by car, so it's probably about 20 miles, 30 miles. But where I am in UK's called, it has the nickname God's Waiting Room.
Oh yeah.
Because that's where all the old people live. No, it's weird, right? Because Scotland's only got a population of 5 million. So I'm just like, why the hell are we spread out so much? Just shove everybody into a single city. Get rid of, you know, have really good public transportation. And then, you know, just let everything, you know, give all the young people, you know, really high discount on housing. And then just let the natural shift happen over time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can cut out all the energy, you know, cheaper energy costs. You don't need to, you know, have power to 15 different cities. It just gets, like, you'd be surprised, like, being from a very old country isn't always a good thing, because the actual upkeep to just do basic things becomes a nightmare. Like, we wanted a tram in Edinburgh, right?
Yeah.
And it was like 4 times over budget. And it took 11 years.
Oh wow.
For what should have taken like 2. And it's because we had like 4 different versions of the road, all stacked up on top of one another, and then the very bottom one was like cobble, or like horse and buggy. And all of that had to be like stripped.
And under that, an old Roman road.
Yep.
Oh, darn it. zone. Yeah, I was like, that should give me the level, but also I shouldn't have to necessarily be next to him to take part in it. Let's head up to the big zone. That's 81. Notification on what that was.
Sorry about that.
No, it was. I think it was on the stream, but I was like, I missed it. I was running, trying not to blow up and Chocobo death.
No, my father's just returned from London. He's brought a McDonald's, which is rare around here.
All right, what's rare?
McDonald's.
Oh wow.
We're that far out, you know. Fast food is is literally a luxury.
It's so addictive. You guys like, oh man.
It's weird. McDonald's isn't really doing well in the UK right now. KFC changed up their menu recently, and I've seen a lot more people go there. And it's kind of hard, I think, for a lot of McDonald's, KFC, because they're so expensive. They're now actually just as pricey as like Nando's, where you can just get really good chicken.
Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna go get some coffee here in a second.
I have to wonder if there's a study done between the correlation of coffee and hair loss.
Ah.
I like to see that, because I'm going to be honest, everybody I know, not you, but it's like all my mates who have reached like the age of sort of like 25 are massive coffee drinkers, and they're all like really bad with balding. Yeah, I don't drink a single thing in that. It's like, I don't even drink tea. Like, the only caffeine I even get is like Diet Coke. And then there's the decaffeinated version. Drink cappuccino. And like it's bad for some of them as well, like a lot worse than you would think for like a 25-year-old.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's just because like per diet and things like that. You know, a lot of them are still on like the student diet, so like beans on toast, or they're on like really heavily, you know, processed ready meals.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all about time these days, you know, saving time. You don't get home till late these days a lot of the time, so you just shove something in the microwave.
That's what I hear. Like it's like somebody was like, oh, I need to go out to eat because it saves me time. It's like, you got to think of out to eat as entertainment. Like, it's nothing wrong with going out to eat, but whether it's fast food or not, like it's entertainment more than it is nutrition.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because I used to live an hour outside of London in the north, and I was in a town called Bracknell, and that's where a lot of like big tech jobs are stationed. And We worked insane hours in the sales department, especially the year after COVID, just to hit like the commission in your target, because they were still projecting for COVID sales, and the market had just contracted. So you were just spending all these hours just trying to hit their projection, which was impossible. But everybody was just eating out, like all the time, because that's all you could do. And I'm gonna be honest, I think that was the most depressing year of my life. And it was probably because of all like the crap I had been eating and drinking.
Yeah, I agree, Phil. Phil says that cooking is a fun hobby. I completely agree. I actually enjoy cooking.
But ever since I got an air fryer, I've been cooking a lot more than I normally do. And even baking. Just, because I know I won't blow up my house.
Alright, well...
Did you see the recent report from Workday they did?
From which one?
Workday. That Workday and Salesforce that Gen Z don't have the technical skills everybody thinks they have.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that.
I'm not sure if it's a global thing or if it's an American thing, because they're not teaching, IT in schools a lot.
Yeah.
But we got it drilled into us. And I'm not sure if by IT skills they mean like Office. Microsoft Office.
Right.
Because at this point, I don't think I've used Microsoft Office in a long time. I'm using Google a lot, Chrome these days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have Office 365.
Yeah.
And I use Teams pretty heavily.
The only thing I'd probably use out of the Teams package would probably be OneNote. And that's more for meetings.
Hey, alright, good job, Mike. Level 82 Viper.
Did you hear about the recent AGI news?
No.
Oh yeah, it's like PhD level AGI by 2027.
Oh, yeah. See, yeah, from the... Like I was telling Jules, I was like, I feel like we got 4 or 5 years.
I'm trying to find you. It was done by one of the head of development.
Alright. Dual challenge. He challenged me, guys. Probably gonna get my ass.
Yeah, head of Anthropic's development wrote a recent blog about their experiences in developing the models and what they're seeing with each model and what they're thinking. And they were basically saying the entire state and the mental state and the development, companies is just pure denial about what's happening.
Pure denial.
Yeah, they are really bloated. Yeah, OneNote is an excellent app.
I like it, Jace. Jace, it feels fun. I like how especially on controller skills evolve into other skills. I went and looked at Black Mage. It didn't seem like a lot of changes have been made there, but that's gonna be, we'll see how it feels, when it's all said and done. But yeah. See, I don't feel threatened by AI at all either, Phil. I think it's just gonna just change a bunch of industry. It's gonna change up a bunch of things, and it's honestly, I'm like, yeah. Could it be dangerous? Yes, but I'm like, it's interesting,
It's not really AGI you have to worry about. It's ASI, which is
super intelligence.
Super intelligence. Whereas the problem we have though is not AI doing being as smart as Einstein.
Yeah.
It's AI just being smarter than the person who can do the job. And at that point, they're replaced.
Yeah.
Even if it's like by 10%,
right.
Or like 5%, it's minuscule, but it's just the rate at which jobs are going to be done. And if we have the institutions to reskill people and retool them, you only need so many plumbers, At that point, you may as well just be teaching people how to fix their own toilets.
Welcome to plumber school. We're all plumbers now. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting just to see how, like, what all change. You know, change is coming, and it's going to be just like with any kind of change like we've seen. It's gonna disrupt a lot. There's going to be people who are worried, but in the end, it's like it's like if it's a good technology, people are going to use it. You know?
The biggest game changer for me is just time saving stuff with stuff I don't want to do.
Yeah.
Like Phil's saying, Microsoft Office is really bloated. He's correct. It is really bloated. What made me change to Google is it's a lot more streamlined for just what I need. Like, it's just much more user friendly. But the biggest thing I would use in probably Microsoft Office is PowerPoint. And that would just be presentations to customers, and then the design tool for PowerPoint, and how to just, create really good presentations really quickly.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go grab some coffee, guys. I'll be right back.
For conversation and company. Look, I already have Alexa. There was a situation where my mother came in to shout at me, and Alexa asked if I was okay and if she would like me to contact me, and if I wanted her to contact the police. And that's terrifying, because that just means a domestic and someone just has to be bitter enough to say yes. Well, it also means they're listening to you 24/7. They're taking in all your data, everything you're saying. It's a bit like the Xbox Connect issue all over again, where these big tech firms are just taking a tiny piece of your data every single day. And, you get the convenience. It's like, I'm seeing a lot of the AI artists more than sort of a lot of the coders. I just lost her dog and I've got her ChatGPT connected to the robot to replace it. We'll see how that goes. That's terrifying. But have you seen, what is it, Boston Dynamics' new robot dog that they've come out with, and they're stress testing it on camera, they're just throwing it about? AI art feels so wrong. It does feel wrong because it's soulless to an extent, but the problem we have is that in the early 2000s, when I remember this growing up, everybody was saying data privacy, data security, don't give these companies your data, and everybody was treated as, how would I put it, like they were paranoid schizos. And now 20 years later, like the devil's come knocking for his due, and we're all going, oh shit, we've given them everything. And if you just look at like Twitter's terms of service, they own everything you upload, or they have a license to it, and they can do whatever they want with it. There's just really no ownership rights anymore, data protection rights. We kind of just let that slide under the rug in almost everything. Yeah, you might as well just throw your hands up at this point. I mean, it's like, even in games, right? Like, we just don't have any access even to our games anymore. They're just licenses. And then you probably do have a solution with blockchain, but then everybody just thinks of NFTs and then doesn't want to do it. Yep. Yes, we are. The thing is, though, is that even though we are the product now, we're going to stop being the product because the vast majority of the data we create is of such a low quality that it's just not useful. So and a lot of the time we have now is a lot of the, for example, cheapy cheat coding assistants, that's like, yeah. The problem is right now is that we've kind of scraped the internet for everything, and the data is just too low quality, so we need to fine-tune data sets. And the way we're doing it is basically, when it comes to the neural network, they're learning on the job, and we're doing millions of simulations at this point just to get it to work, and we're seeing this in a lot of robotics AI. It does the job 10 million times, like really, really fast. And it's just and that's just how it's learning to do things at this point. It's no longer even learning from humans. Yeah. Oh yeah. Just nasty, man. I don't know how. Was it Google's Gemini who said put glue in the pizza? I mean, technically it is edible. I do know when Google's, I think it was I think it was 2.5 was the pizza one, and it wasn't as good. And it wasn't as good as ChatGPT 3 at the point. But I'm wondering what a lot of the Chinese side is also doing, because I know they had a better competitor to Zora. But a lot of the AI sophistication is going to happen with NVIDIA, I feel. Yeah, man, yeah, saw your date to the Chinese, you do you? You know what I mean? Holy shit. To be fair, they already own it anyway. I do know recently they, I can't remember which company it was, but a company ended up creating a specialized chip that was better than the NVIDIA's chip, and that they could do specific things, and they ended up on recreating a protein in a lab. So they effectively coded a protein, and it was for like bioluminescence or something. So you're starting to get into the aspect of AI being used to create tailor-made drugs. Though there was another aspect on the Western front. Oracle has now partnered with Azure, Chrome, and AWS. They're now going to be placing their autonomous databases within each and every single one of their actual cloud applications. So if anybody doesn't know what an autonomous database is, effectively is a self-managing, self-securing, and effectively self-automating database, which is insane. It's the best of anything. It's basically just, you don't need a data analyst for anything when it comes to this thing. And it's just so good that nobody can compete. It's ridiculous how much this is actually, how impressive it is. Yeah, I guess it is. It's an amazing time to, you know, to be, to realize that your job is probably not going to exist in 3 years when the AI model can research AI models better than you can. Yeah, that's true, but the question is, at what rate will they appear, and what rate will they disappear, and do we have the physical infrastructure to retrain people at that rate? Because we already struggle for university spaces. What the hell's a prompt engineer? Somebody engineers prompts, I assume, but it's like a good example of it is like coding. Coding is going to change from actually writing code to just using prompts to write codes to effectively write AI. That's what is it Jensen Wong said with his during the NVIDIA showcase in Taiwan. But then again, you know, it's like how many people can become a prompt engineer? Yeah. Well, the whole point of a prompt is that it represents a token, and a token is just a small piece of digestible data. So it's really easy for machines to understand large concepts with really small bits of digestible data that are just processed really fast. I imagine it's kind of like if you've had kids where you sort of break up words so they can sort of understand the word. I haven't seen any long quote. What's happening? Yeah, there you go. It's crazy. What I've seen is that text was never really a good sort of vertical. It's weird. Text is, in my mind, a really good vertical for critical thinking when it comes to humans. You know, if you want to teach people how to critically think, you get them to write essays, you get them to read and write, and, you know, actually just imagine things. But for a machine, it seems to be really poor. It seems to be more spatial, visual, and audio data that it prefers and how it can navigate. How long does it take Americans to make coffee? Is it true you guys boil stuff on the stove? Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're a bit of a black box, to be honest. I did, I'm not sure if it was the same paper, but there was one where they were changing the different aspects we do because in our home, oh, okay, it's like, just get a kettle, man. There was a paper that was released recently where they changed different sort of properties within the AI, and it would be like they would increase the number of times a golden bridge was referenced, and then the AI would just constantly reference a golden bridge in almost all of its answers, and then they say we could possibly tell what it's doing by doing that, but I just don't know. It's like I think the genie's already out the bottle on this, to be honest. And you can't slow down, because if you slow down then the Chinese speed up. You know, and then it just becomes an arms race, to be honest. Like, safety is going to be the last issue we think about. Yeah, we're guessing at this point. I can imagine inventing an AI to tell us what the AI is thinking. And then we have to have another AI to tell us what that AI is thinking.
I don't know what it is, but this stream's really made me want to play Final Fantasy again. Of course, here we have says like Reddit or poison data, which I find hilarious. Didn't the Reddit deal end up? Didn't they just ban the people who were trying to delete everything and then they restored the data? But then again, how high quality is the data actually on Reddit? Because I'm going to be honest, the last place I go to check anything is Reddit. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, for me, Reddit is like one step above 4chan. Or if not greater than equal. I can see a lot of issues where you're asking about something and then it gives you like one of these stupid pranks that are online. It's like, go drink bleach. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when I was in university, Stack Overflow was like the best place ever. Like, to the point where you would find questions from our university assignments on Stack Overflow. But I just don't know how it's gone on, but it's been like 7 years.
Oh, I got kicked out of Zadnor. Fair,
What's up,
fair.
man?
How's it going?
I was like, did you boil water on the stove?
No, I made coffee, and then Julie was waking up, so I made her a coffee, and then we kind of just talked about the debates last night.
No, I haven't seen it. I don't watch American politics. There's enough in the UK for me to get annoyed at.
How did I equip that? Anyway, oh wait.
The UK is really weird right now.
Oh yeah?
Because we have our elections coming up too.
Oh yeah, like are y'all thinking you're gonna replace some of the craziness, or you think it's gonna get crazier?
Oh, it's gonna get crazier. Well, it's gonna get, so we have a mono party effectively. So we kind of have like Republican Democrat, but our version, and it's like Tory Labour, and they're the same thing.
Okay.
They're not different. It's like they are one step away from each other difference, and it's just kind of led to like stagnation, because the civil service has kind of been lockstep with them, so nothing changes.
Okay.
And it's just gotten to like a period of like 30 years of people asking for things, and it's never happened. So it's just, I think people are just angry at this point, so we might have another, like not this election, but next election. I think we might be building up to another sort of Brexit moment type of thing, because people are kind of just sick of not seeing any change, but it really does depend on Labour doing a good job or not.
How do I...
Which it could if they listen. Like, they have a chance to do it. To be fair though, just reacting to Phil's points on like Stack Overflow, like when I was reading it back in the day, just looking for stuff, like half the time people didn't even answer your questions, or they made some like snarky comment. You know, it's like, it wasn't even like you would go there for help and then you'd just get derided.
Oh, just one left. Yeah. I equip lost actions. Quartermaster.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
What's
What's up, Clink? How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Just woke up.
God, all you Americans, so lazy, waking up so late in the day.
Yeah, no, I was up at
It's not the same. Yeah.
No, I was up at 4. My mom started her new job, so I didn't hear her get up, so I had to double check to make sure she got up on time.
Why are you all getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning?
That's what time she starts her job.
No, but Brian got up at 4 as well. I'm like, I thought he bet at 4.
No, the 14's new or the early access expansion launched at like 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, my time at least. So, because I'm Eastern, so it would be Brian. I think you're like 1 hour behind me.
You're Eastern? Yes, I'm an hour behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian, don't forget to do Wondrous Tales, by the way.
Oh, jeez Louise, yes. Okay. Let me go grab that real quick. No, it won't let me teleport. I gotta leave. Alright, I'll come back to this. Actually, before I do, like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do I set the actions? That's gear. Increase my rank. Like, when, counselor.
I mean, that's a fair question, bro. When was the last time you used Stack Overflow?
It's been like a day. Like I had to Google something because AI wasn't giving me the answer that I was like, okay, like, which is crazy, but I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Requires proof of metal 3. I got 0 proofs of metal. Proof of metal exchange. At least 20 million metal. Okay, there we go. That's how it's done. Gotta get on that metal.
So
what set are you?
Yeah, I'm doing the Boja's Adnor. Unless if anybody was want to run as a healer or tank and do a queue, like that'll be fun. Let's see here. Let's go to
What site are you using for AI code?
Sorry, what's up?
What site are you using for AI code?
I use ChatGPT. And
ChatGPT.
then I also have Copilot as well, integrated with Visual Studio.
Okay.
It makes me so much faster. Like it's like okay, cool. All right, and it's like I still I'm like I don't know how somebody would still use this and without knowing what they're trying to accomplish, but I don't know. But yeah, like it just was like, okay, I need a class, generate a base layout, do this, and it's okay. And then I was like, all right, I'll tweak it from here, and it's like, all right, okay, yeah, how do I do this? So I love it.
Brian, I don't remember, but do the heat of battle stack like 1 and 2?
I think so.
Okay, because I'm gonna activate one of my 3s, so I bought 10 of them.
Yeah,
so...
3s. Yeah.
I'm actually genuinely surprised Copilot is already integrated into Visual Studio.
Oh, it makes so much sense to do so.
I can't.
It would not let you do a 3 and a 2?
No.
Alright, I guess we have to pick another one. Man, Heat of Battle 3, holy smokes. Is that what's active right now?
No, Heat of Battle 2 was,
okay.
So I'm gonna put on that.
I guess teleport cost would be a good one because a lot of people will be doing a lot of teleporting.
It's insane how they charge gold for teleportation.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'd rather charge gold than the old 11 ways where you had to find a white mage.
Yeah. So what you running right now? Are you focusing on story?
No, I just logged in, so
okay, cool.
I'm probably gonna go unlock Viper and start playing that.
That's what I got. That's what I did. I did unlock Viper and I unlocked the
Picto.
Picto, yeah. Thank you. All right, back to where's the new deep dungeon? How do I get to that?
Isn't it next to Crystal Palace?
Yeah, it's Crystal Tower. It's in like the in Mordona. Like if you go I'm not sure if you have to visit it first, but there should be a NPC in Mordona.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see about playing around with that a little bit.
Yeah, so it's in like that very bottom corner, like when you first go to Crystal Tower. You gotta go to that
delve
little
into
dome.
myth.
I think that's it. Yeah.
I never got to play FF11. If they added it to the FF14 subscription, I would genuinely check it out.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping that they were gonna eventually produce that remake that they were talking about, and then that didn't happen. So I'm like,
It is Yoshi P's team, isn't it?
for the original 11 or the remake?
For 11. Just for 11 in general.
The remake original 11 is Yoshi P's division team. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's under his purview right now, which is kind of, as an 11 player, it always feels like when Yoshi P talks fondly about past MMOs, he never talks about Final Fantasy 11, and it's like, it's like, come on, man. And but beyond that, like they were doing a remake, and that was I can fly.
I do have to ask you a question.
But that was by like NCSoft or something like that, and then that guy.
Do you think Yoshi P has a disdain almost for JRPGs because the way he talks about it, he was like calling it a JRPG is a slur and things like this. And,
I don't agree with that because I think JRPG is as a statement of quality, but I think that no matter what, like, if he feels like that's what it is, like, I get it.
Because every time I hear him speak, it's always about Diablo, like Blizzard games, Western type games, not, the only like exceptions like Dragon Quest.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard him talk about positively, but I've never really heard him say, that this is the FF game that I love.
Right.
I've never heard him say that. Yeah. And yeah, it's like there's really no FF11 DNA other than like the job system.
Mm-hmm.
That's in the game.
Well, and it's even the I would love the 11 job system in 14 with sub jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like, oh man, you mean like build variety? Even there's one preferred or two preferred. It's like at least you get to go and be play around with it. So, Sean's asking how long am I going to be live today? As long as it takes. Like I want to get to I want to try to hit as many levels as I can on Picto and really kind of get a good understanding of the class.
I know a lot of people really didn't like it in the beginning, but I really like the cross skill talents and like being able to pick my stats and stuff like that. And
the problem is that they only gave with that system, they only gave you bad choices. And so meaning like, okay, I can take this skill, but it doesn't combo. It does like there's no like like it doesn't do X, Y, or Z. And I was like, I personally was hoping we would see more of that, where it's just like, okay, we're just going to give you a bunch of different skills that you can take, and you get, and some are going to be really good, some not as good, but it ended up being where it's like, you just want to take anything that has a cooldown and nothing that's like, don't take a single action, take cooldowns,
It just is, because when you're, like, a lot of these older games, they have a lot of jank, but the jank's where the character is.
Yeah.
It's where a lot of the flavor is. And they just streamline it, and then it just kind of ruins the identity, like the core identity of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they changed the cross skills into role skills, but it just doesn't feel the same. It was kind of cool, unlocking your specialized. When you were, my first character was like a Makoti gladiator, and then I would go, I went and unlocked white mage, and then I could become a paladin. Like that was an awesome, feeling. And then you can use both those skills together. It felt a lot more of an RPG like experience than what you have in the game today.
Good morning, beautiful people.
Hey, what's up, Walmart? How you doing, dude?
Morning.
All living the dream. Just happens to be a nightmare sometimes.
Oh yeah. Oh man, it's good. It's good. So I took today off work, Sean. Just as a heads up, so I got to play as much as I want to play today. So, ooh.
I don't know, it's a rare experience for Brian.
Oh, we'll see. Like that statement is until I am needed.
Yeah, I'm off of work until Tuesday.
Nice.
My
my daughter it was actually has her birthday's the day before mine in July. but because we wanted, because summer birthdays for us Leos all here, because most of us are apparently. And you're like, okay, how do you get your friends from school to come to your party? So we decided we were going to do her party on tomorrow, so that way before everybody's off doing their summer vacation stuff, we can hopefully get a good turnout for her. So she's excited, we're excited. We're going to have her birthday party tomorrow morning, and so that's going to be what I'm doing primarily tomorrow. And then we got the announcement. What's up?
Is Leo the star thing?
Is Leo the star thing?
Yeah.
That's the astronomical sign for
Yeah.
July,
yes. Right.
I swear it's not later July though. Let me check.
So it goes through July and August. So my wife, like, we have what we call in the family kind of what we almost like celebration week, where we got multiple birthdays. We're not talking about 2 birthdays. We're not talking about 3 birthdays. We're not talking about 4 birthdays.
Okay.
We're talking about 5+ birthdays.
So here we go.
We got
So it's not
3 anniversaries all like in that week. Go ahead.
It's not all through the months, it's half months almost. So it's like Leo is July 21st to August 22nd.
Yeah.
Sorry, July 23rd to August 22nd. But before that, it's June 21st to July 22nd is Cancer. So it's half Cancer, half Leo.
Look at this guy with his calendar.
Yeah, man. ChatGPT tells me everything.
Calendar content, man, it's the best.
I'm
Yeah, man,
surrounded by
ChatGPT
Leos,
is just
apparently.
I was gonna say, I get where Brian's coming from with that, because in my family it's similar.
Yeah.
Because like my one cousin, his birthday's a week before mine. In January.
You're planning all this out, aren't you?
I'm an Aquarius, but so my cousin, his birthday's a week before mine. I have my birthday the week after his, but my aunt and my uncle have the birthday 2 days before mine on the same day, and then their son has a birthday at the end of the month.
I have to admit, if we keep this conversation up, we're going to be delving into what's your crystals.
What is 9 months ago?
Yeah, no,
What's
but
your aura like?
but yeah, it's crazy. Like, I wasn't expecting for 5 of my family to have all birthdays within like 2 weeks of each other. So.
I don't like you guys are planning this out, like.
Well, my son's due date was on my wife's birthday, and she's like, "No, I'm not going in on my birthday. I'm going in the day after."
Smart man.
She's like, "I'm not doing that on my birthday." She's like, "I don't blame you, honey."
Well, I mean, she was thinking ahead, because then she would have to share it, and it would never be her birthday again.
Oh, well, she was going in for scheduled delivery due to medical issues, but yeah. And it turned into a giant cluster, so that was fun. But hey,
I was pretty sure that I'm gonna bring it 2 months early for me. I was like, I'm getting out of here. Scotland freedom, get me the hell out of this bloody thing.
Yeah, apparently my grandpa or my grandma used to tell me when they were alive that apparently I was supposed to be between Christmas and Super Bowl Sunday.
Woo. What is Super Bowl Sunday? What is the Super Bowl? Can you explain this to me? Because I keep hearing about it.
it's a giant football game.
It's a giant football game. They're trying to promote it like in the States as being like a national holiday, like Christmas or something like that.
That is insane.
Yeah, no, they've been trying, because like literally people call off of work, they don't go to work like the day of or the day after.
I mean, it's like the World Cup for countries like Brazil. If their team's playing, they literally their government takes a break.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just, very avid sports fans in many different
I was going to say, think of it, do you celebrate Black Friday where you are?
We don't celebrate it, like it's just it's like a Sunday, it's like a summer sale for us almost.
Oh yeah, like that's it's sort of like a like how it is
It's a
here in the
corporate
States.
created holiday, basically.
It's basically a Hallmark created holiday, but people go absolutely nuts because
Yeah,
of
it's
crazy
like
deals.
when we see like what happens in America, it's insane. Because for us, it's just like 20% off. And we're like, great. You know, it's not massive here really. It's more an American thing. It's just really
Or Black
crazy.
Friday. Everything goes up in price 40%, so it can be 45% off.
Yep, that's true. I was looking at, I remember last year I was looking at Amazon, and I was looking at the prices and stuff like that, and I'm just like, well, that's not much more cheaper than what it was.
Right. And you have all the good apps that can track pricing nowadays, so it's like, is that actually a deal, or is that just a big number to make me think it's a deal, right?
I don't even buy a lot of like physical stuff anymore. Like for me, it's all kind of digital.
It's hard. Speaking of digital sales, is there any bangers for sale on the Steam Summer Sale?
No
yeah,
Rest for the
there's
Wicked,
Dragon Age.
20% off.
I can bring up my Steam wish list because I can tell you.
One more time, Brian.
No Rest for the Wicked is 20% off.
Ooh, I already got that one though. I was thinking Armored Core 6 was 30% off.
Somebody was talking about like asking me if I was going to play that because I'm really enjoying like Elden Ring, and it's like apparently it's the
it has stick controls, so you can do it with dual joysticks like Star Citizen, and so you can like run your mech around with your joysticks and stuff. I'm like super excited to try that.
What games are you into?
Yes. I'm really into buying games. I don't know if I'm into playing them.
No, what genre? I can tell you.
I like RPGs. I like almost all types of games except for like I'm not huge into puzzlers and.
Knights of the Old Republic, the original KOTOR, is like $1. Well, it'll be like $3 for you. It's like 65% off.
For that?
Yeah, no, it's the original RPG from BioWare.
Oh.
Disco Elysium is 90%. Jedi Fallen Order is 90% off. That's like £3 here, £3 to £4. That's really cheap. It's down from 34. The Neverwinter series will be about $7 for you guys. The Darksiders series again is like $8. Grim Dawn $8. Vampire the Masquerade is about $10. Could be different depending on your region. Pillars of Eternity is on sale. Blasphemous.
I have I think I have Blasphemous too, and that's a fun game.
Yeah.
The Nier Replicant is 60% off. God of War is 50% off. Crisis Core is 50% off. That's £20 here. So, but that's 20 to down from 40. So you might want to check FF games, which are really expensive.
They're always expensive, aren't they?
Oh, stupidly expensive. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts, the PC, ports, they're about £30 here, so they're probably maybe $35, that type of thing.
Gotcha.
And Lies of P is 40% off as well.
I've heard good things about Lies of P.
Yeah, look, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, 50% off. It's still £35. That's still the price of it. That's almost the same price. It's the same price on sale as the Elden Ring DLC. How expensive is that?
A good game never goes down in price. What are you talking about? 40% off on Lies of P. That's tempting. That was one I was.
That is tempting. But it's 50% off, and it's the price of the Elden Ring DLC. That's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
It's no wonder Square Enix is constantly saying didn't meet expectations when they price everybody out the market to buy their game.
Well, and they're also like been doing all these exclusivity deals, and it's like, all right.
I genuinely
How'd that work out for you? Not well. Good.
For a CEO that is constantly talking about like all this new tech, you'd think he'd be more forward thinking in terms of sales and where to actually put this stuff. No, I just don't get Square Enix's business model, especially when it comes to GeForce Now, because like Octopath Traveler's on it. Why isn't the rest of the catalog on it?
I know.
I'm going to be honest, like, the Octopath Traveler soundtrack is one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard for a video game. It's generally that good. And like, there's very few video games you can remember the soundtrack to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that's most frustrating. Like, they announced Dragon Quest III remake, and it's coming everywhere, right? So Xbox, Switch, PlayStation, PC, and I'm just like, if that comes out on GeForce Now, I'm picking it up on Steam. Yeah. You know, like that's like, because like that has become such a value add to my gaming experience that it's like, all right, I'll just boot it up here, boot it up on this screen, doesn't matter. I'm like, I'm not tied to a screen, which is great.
I have noticed an increase in the amount of titles on GeForce Now, even since I've joined, like in terms of how fast they're adding stuff.
Oh, they are adding in feature, like they're showing, like I've, being that I'm an ambassador, the perk that I like them more than anything is they tell me what's on the way.
Yeah, like Resident Evil Village is now on it.
Yeah. That's like, this week. They also had a couple other things coming that I think people are going to be really excited about. Nothing from Square Enix that I can see yet. So, and obviously Elden Ring's not on it yet, which I was like, man, I would be grinding it out in Elden Ring like at night if it was on GeForce Now.
It's good, right? Because Cyberpunk really, I think, changed my mind on it. Like, just because I was playing it on like Overdrive, RTX Overdrive, which is like maximum settings.
Yeah.
At like 60 FPS, 1440. And it was an amazing experience. Like, I ended up spending like, how many hours did I spend just like in those playthroughs?
Yeah, Call Me TK says back to our video game buying conversation. It's like, sounds like me. Got a lot of games, finished mostly none. It's like,
yep, that's my line.
So I started Cyberpunk about 3 weeks ago, and I was off and on it a lot just because my PC it has an RTX 2070 and like 16 gigabytes of RAM. But it never really had the oomph to play Cyberpunk properly, especially as the updates rolled on throughout the years. But GeForce Now, I've spent 344 hours in it.
Sounds like it's been working for you.
It's been flipping great. You know? Like, I'm playing more video games just by having the ability to play them at a higher resolution and graphical quality than what I did before.
yeah.
Because I just didn't have, like, I was an idiot, right? I worked for Dell at the time, so I got discounted on Dell crap. So I have, like, an old Alienware. Problem is, the old Alienwares are just nightmares to replace stuff in. Like, I don't know why I built it this way.
Because they want it to be a nightmare to replace things, so you buy a new one.
It doesn't make any sense though. Do you know why? Because every single time when I was at Dell and when I was working at Dell, they were always talking about sustainability. They were always talking about being a part, you know, what do you call it, right to repair. They were always trying to push that. But do you know what the funny thing was? They would get me trying to sell workforce transformation and working from home and saving energy and all this bullshit, and they would never do it themselves. They would never do it themselves. And I saw a recent article that came out where basically the American employees of Dell are just refusing to go back into the office at this point.
Yeah, I don't know what a job would have to pay me to make me leave remote work.
So here's the thing.
Because my wife, like the benefits that I'm able to provide Julie, like by just being upstairs, like, okay, cool.
Technically, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say this because if it would be like, because technically I'm under what you call it, a
NDA.
Not an NDA. It's not an NDA. It's like a non-disparagement clause against Dell. But I can tell you the culture after, like during COVID, especially the second year of COVID, and the year after COVID, the culture changed completely. Like within the company, it became a lot more of a numbers-focused game instead of like company culture. It was all about forecast, and we were just constantly grinding forecasts. Like I went from like having a forecast like almost once every 2 weeks to having them twice a week, plus like forecasts plus like additional forecasts on top of that, and that was just to like forecast deals that were coming in. You know, so it just got ridiculous. And then they started replacing everybody with graduates because the taxpayer pays for graduate programs in the UK. It's kind of like an apprenticeship. So they just started replacing seasoned, what you call salespeople and things like that, with people who have no sales experience whatsoever. And the thing, like, sales isn't hard. What's hard is having the institutional knowledge in the business you're in and how to get stuff turned around quickly for people. Like, that's where the skill is. Because if it takes longer than 2 days, people really start getting angry at you. And when you're in like a big company, it can take like 2 weeks if you're not careful.
Yeah, I do think that too, Phil. So Phil says, I firmly believe that the push for the return to office is rooted in commercial real estate profits. And yeah, the commercial, I said at the start, I was like, they just need to focus in on, and it's going to be hard, it's going to be expensive, but just retrofit all that space for living, you know, like, all right, let you look. So
there is another solution to this, right? And especially for the Fortune 500s, not so much the smaller companies, but specifically for the Fortune 500s, is turn those buildings into trade show event, like, you know, actual showcases, where even if I work from home, I can invite one of my customers to one of these areas, so we can show them stuff. We can demo projects.
Yeah.
We can, you know, actually get, you know, meet them face to face, that type of stuff. Is, you know, more personable stuff. That helps me. That's like an added value, and it means I'm in the office a lot more. But because it's getting me more sales. Because if I'm on a commission, it gets me more money, so it's more of a benefit to me. Whereas if you're just saying, well, get into the office, that's really not a benefit. But what I have noticed is it's really hard to onboard new people when everybody's working remote from home. You know, they're not getting that, you know, they're not really learning from the best in the office at that point, so there's a bit of a trade-off there. Like pairing them up with a buddy, having that buddy get them to do these demos, like they're actually getting a lot more hands-on experience at that point than if they were just sat in an office talking to someone over the coffee, over the, you know, the water filter machine or whatever it is, talking about how their day was crap.
Yeah, Phil brings up a good point though. It's like that really can't be done just because it'd be easier, maybe even cheaper, just to tear it all down and build a new. Oh man, yeah. But it's still like, if you're what your option is, empty giant building that nobody uses versus like, okay, what do people need? People need housing. You know, like, okay, how do we do it? Let's make housing.
One of the biggest issues in the UK, because we're getting a lot of, like, people are knocking on door to door in the UK, sending in like these flyers for parties. You know, say vote for us, right? And all of the parties, whether they're both left and right wing, is protect the environment, protect our green spaces, stop building more houses. And I'm sat there going, no, I want more houses built. Build more houses.
Yeah.
You know, like, I get your property value is going to go down, but people need more houses. Like, in the UK, we need to build a house like every 2 minutes to keep up with current demand.
Wow.
It's got that bad. Plus, it's like, we've got green zones in the UK where you're not allowed to build. The problem is that that's 80% of the country.
That's a big number.
That's a big number, right? 80% of the country. The UK's tiny. We're not using 80% of it. It's like, and then your rent, like, it's weird, right? Rent in London is like $2 grand a month. Rent an hour outside of London is $1,300.
Wow.
And you're
That's pretty good.
$2,000, yeah, it's good if you're on American wages.
Y'all see about the price fixing that happens through like that app or something like that, like for rent and stuff?
I think that's a big thing.
I saw that.
That's
Because
it's both so tragic and also there is some humor there. Like, all right,
It's so telling about like a dystopian future in a way. Like,
So, Phil, £2,000 a month, not bad in America. The average salary in the UK is £30,000. If you're in London, a London wage is around 40, and if you get a really good job, like a really good job, you may hit 80. But if you're at 80, you're not worrying about anything anymore.
Yeah.
But the government's still going to take 50% of that.
of course.
Phil says, fair point. I'm massively overpaid. No, Phil, that's your value. Don't you dare talk yourself out of your value, sir.
Know your value, sir.
But no, it's just like, yeah,
We were looking at apartments in Chicago because that's the next place my wife is going to be transferred to, and she wants a place that's within walking distance of work, and that means that we're going to pay $5,000 to $6,000 a month.
that's ridiculous.
In rent?
Yeah.
You know, that's Singaporean prices for rent, and that's what they charge Westerners, not even Singaporeans. Because we know Westerners have more money.
Of course, when we lived in Tokyo, it was also ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. We were paying like $5,000 to $7,000 a month, and that was 6 years ago, 7 years ago.
Like, we were
Probably only got worse.
We don't have a healers. I didn't have any. That's why I like this. The deep dungeon would be so perfect if there were lost actions. Oh, we're losing.
How was Tokyo to live in, by the way? Is it crowded?
There's a lot of people. It was very different for me because, you know, I come from a more rural area in the state. So it was just, you know, you could tell what the other family was cooking and yelling about, even if I couldn't understand it.
Are you from a northern state or a southern?
I'm from the middle, smack dab.
Okay. So you may have had a similar experience to me. So when I went to Singapore, it's quite close to the equator, and I know Japan has really hot summers as well. But Singapore only really has hot season and monsoon season.
Yeah, Japan more to that.
Yeah, it took me.
So I don't get any experience for that run. Oh my gosh! All right, so.
Oh no!
No. So I was like, all right, how efficient is this? Answer: well, if you win, we'll have to win. All right, I'll come back to it.
It took me like 3 months to get used to the heat, and it was like really bad, like the first few weeks.
I had the pleasure of living in Houston before we went to Tokyo, so it was not as bad, but it was still not great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if you've ever experienced warm rain. I was very confused by that. I was like, warm rain.
Sometimes you walk outside, the humidity is so high, you're just, you just can't sweat because it's already, the air is so laden with moisture. Yep. I think they call it
quite high
mold moment or something like that, which is actually a very easy way to get heat stroke, so.
Yeah, so Scotland's quite high humidity, but it's just very cold. So it's like we'll have, you get that sort of cold feel where it's like 1 degree, but it feels like -5.
Yep.
I bet that was a really good culture shock, Phil. Phil went from Los Angeles to Greenville, South Carolina. Yeah, it's like.
Is that really rural? Can I imagine because it's called Greenville.
Good morning, Fall. How you doing, sir?
It's just very green.
It's just very green. Is it not like Greenland?
Advertising. I've been to Greenland. It's covered in ice.
It's very rural. Why is it called Greenland?
I think it was that they had
originally to like trick raiders, I believe.
Iceland.
Oh yeah, you don't want to go to Iceland. You want to go to Greenland. Clearly.
Yeah.
I saw a recent post, right, and it was like Iceland, the safest country on the planet. I'm like, it's literally got a smaller population than Glasgow. It's like 300,000 people. It is tiny.
That's it?
Yeah, it's like 325,000.
So, there's that.
Yes, it's like, well, of course, you know who's doing it at that point. It's smaller than a city.
You're like, mate, we went to high school together. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Like, even in Scotland, that was actually a worry. Because when I was in Singapore, there was another Scottish girl there, and her mother had my last name. And at that point, you know you're related, and it's a big no-no. And that's in a country of 5 million. Because the question is, okay, how far back are we talking here, you know? Especially if you're from the same area. Are you my third cousin, my fourth cousin?
In the States, if you have the same name, it's like, okay. You're another Smith? Oh boy.
But Smith's a profession name, you know, everybody got it if you were a Smith. You know, Smithy. Like, my last name is Kearney. It's pretty obscure. So when you walk around town and you find another, you're like, oh god.
It's a you said Carrie?
Kearney. So Cairney.
Huh.
So it's very obscure, you know, it's very... This name belongs to this one region in Scotland, and you will only find a few others outside of that region.
Yeah. We don't go far.
We don't go far, you know, literally, it's literally Scotland to Ireland, Ireland to Scotland, and then that's it.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of us flee to America.
If I find anyone who has my last name, I know we're related, basically, is how it goes.
Like, this was so weird. I went to high school in England. One of my high school friends goes to university in Scotland, and then he finds one of my, like, third cousins. My mother's first renting apartment, she rented it from her second cousin, and she didn't even know who she was.
Mm.
Like, it's just that small. You will run into family, and you may not even know you're related. Because nobody talks to each other. Nobody wants to talk to each other. I guess we're a bit like Finland in that regard, where it's like, we'll talk to each other if we don't know each other, but the minute we know each other, go away.
Go away now. Falloff says, random question, if I pre-ordered on Steam, would I still have to do the same on Xbox? Yes. So when it's said and done, yes. Because the game is cross-play, cross-gen, cross-save, like all of it, you have to buy the license for each platform that you want to play on. So you can have the Steam version. Don't buy the PC version, because if you're in Steam, you're locked into Steam. But if you also want to play on Xbox, PlayStation, etc., you need the license of that. And in this case, you would need the early access license, because the game officially does not come out until the 2nd. So that's, for me, I'm like, no, I'm gonna just, I'm gonna pick it up on Xbox on the 2nd. I'm not worried about it. I'm not gonna spend extra money right now.
There's an
especially because like we had a guy come out, and I'm like, all right. And I told Jules, I was like, give me some YouTube videos. We had a guy come out, because we actually have a broken window, and so I was like, okay, well, and I taped it up, and I was like, yeah, we need to get it replaced. We know we need to get it replaced. And of course, then the guy comes out and he's like, you need all your windows replaced, and he's like, and it's gonna cost you, if you sign right now, $23,000. I was like, I don't have $23,000. We offer financing, but I don't finance stuff. But you need new windows. I'm like, man, dude. And then he's like, well, if I leave, it's gonna be $26,000. I was like, no, it's gonna be $0. It's like, I don't have $23,000. You nuts? You crazy?
It's the same here. Like, my dad wanted the driveway redone. Like, he just wanted like a single pot area, like, redone. And then they said, no, we're going to have to redo the entire thing, and it's going to be 10 grand. And he just went, no, and he went and did it himself.
Ah, the one before I could get there. What the hell? Dadgummit.
Contractors, they'll literally ask you to sell your soul just so they can make an extra buck. But at the same time, it's not worth, their time if they don't do the bigger jobs.
And souls are cheap nowadays. What are you talking about?
Souls are cheap. Oh, it's so sad. Oh no, it's soul inflation.
Soul inflation.
Yeah. Soulflation.
Inflation.
Yeah, you can learn about anything. You can just YouTube it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like I'm like Joel's like, all right, yeah, like I'm not gonna replace this window completely, but it's like, oh yeah, we got some water coming in on this. We got like, oh, this needs to be like, all right, yeah, cool. I was like, I'm just gonna make a list of things that I need to repair around the house, and then we're gonna like find the various different like costs, and that's kind of been our mission this year, like because we've had to replace the fence, we've had to replace the fridge. And it's like Julie was like when he showed her the number, and she's just like, it feels like, I'm like, don't worry about it, like we're gonna be fine. We're just gonna keep plugging away.
A lot of replacements this year. Like,
yeah, this year a lot of stuff is like but I mean, again, like the fridge was like 18 years old, like it was showing some signs, like it wasn't like, what? You mean that it's not working? Mother of pearls.
I'm not sure if you heard about Grenfell Towers in the UK.
No.
So it was one of these older high-rise apartment blocks, and it had it caused a massive scandal in the UK because it was effectively, it had padding on the building because it was really cheap padding,
Yeah.
And it's really flammable. And what starts this fire off is someone's fridge. It explodes. Don't know how, it just happens. Like, we don't have the big American fridges. Like, we just have like very traditional, fridges with no ice maker or anything. Like, we just have the trays. And it explodes, and it turns out none of the checks or anything on this building are done properly, and it's highly flammable, and the entire thing just melts down with everybody inside it.
Oh dear. And
it's like, after that, UK government was lambasted, but it's like, how does your fridge explode?
Depends on how it's set up. There are like propane fridges and stuff like that
and propane accessories.
Yeah, propane accessories. And I guess those could technically explode somehow, but refrigerant isn't something that I would think would explode generally. I could see it catching on fire, like the motor or compressor failing and it catching on fire, but spontaneous explosion is not a common attribute to refrigerant.
No, I can't imagine just opening my fridge expecting to get a drink and it just blows up in my face.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a...
Pass it or blows the wire. Yeah, it probably could be. To be fair, it's kind of, like, these events is kind of how London gets its reputation for being an utter shithole. Even though it's actually rather nice for like a lot of the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like these events in Greater London, like Whitechapel, but these types of areas, which have always been kind of ghetto-ish. I've always been, even back in like 19th century, it's like Jack the Ripper type of area. It's like, no. I don't know, London's just cursed. London's just cursed.
The problem is you have too many people. That's...
Yeah. It's, we're gaining like a lot of people every day.
Too many British people.
That. No. That. Oh, by the way, it's like it's not just happening in the UK. That's happening everywhere. But it's just like, and it's kind of what it's just like. Why can't you just listen? Because we're going to automate stuff anyway. And people are really worried about that because it's like we're having 27-year-olds, 35-year-olds now staying with their parents almost until they're 40 because they can't afford a house. And that means they don't have kids. And you kind of need to have kids. It's not so bad in Scotland. Scotland's still got a good population rate, but Scotland doesn't have any bad immigration. Like, we don't get immigration, we have immigration. People leave. People don't go. It's kind of an English issue. But England's where everybody wants to be.
It's so expensive to have a kid nowadays. I'm sure Brian wouldn't know anything about that.
What?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get out of here. They pay for themselves. They're downstairs making shoes right now.
It's not old enough to work in the factory or the mines, so.
Nah, we closed them all down, so that made half the country pro.
Oh, that's why your youth aren't coming. Don't have anywhere for them to work.
See you, Phil. Have a good day at work, sir.
Yeah, all the plebs lost their job in the 70s.
The children crave the mines. Just see how they play Minecraft.
Yeah, they're no longer in the mines, they're just farming in Minecraft these days. It's really weird though, because like it's probably the same in America, but like the areas where the mines and like the commerce was removed from, they never recovered.
Oh no, they're completely screwed. Yeah.
Yeah, they're dead. Like Greater Glasgow area used to build all the ships in World War II. That was moved down to England. It's never recovered.
Fudge.
Yeah. It's hard to recover when your industry gets taken out from under you.
No! Oh. Oh, darn it. I keep getting my ass kicked.
Dang, Brian.
Like
Is
you
this
can like
MMO, Brian, or is this okay?
Yeah.
is it an MMO or is there a single player?
I classify it as an MMO light. Like
Yeah,
massively
it's kind of
multiplayer optional. Now the mode in the zone that I'm in is very MMO, but it's also at the more at the end of the game, and so it really structures itself. It's kind of like what's, you know, if you think that if Star Citizen built in Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, and so it's like you have this thing that's like, okay, I'm gonna go experience this narrative. Okay, now I'm gonna go play with some other people, you know.
Right. Gotcha.
It's weird. I've said this to Brian, like V Rising actually has a better sandbox experience than most sandbox MMOs today.
Oh.
Which is tragic. Because V Rising is an MMO light, it's not an MMO. So what the hell are the other games doing?
What are those other games doing?
Well, I think it just goes to show that everybody's still, to a certain extent, trend chasing World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Like they think there's a formula to it, but all the MMOs who are actually like, but I don't think they've realized like, MMOs used to only have like 96,000 players, and they were still classified as massively multiplayer. Yet, if you don't hit that million player threshold, everybody says it's a dead game. You know, and it's like, I don't know, and then they just don't play it. But yeah, it should be easier today to, you know, get actual people to play your game. I don't know how like Throne and Liberty is going to compete with their monetization model.
It's going to be interesting with Throne and Liberty. Obviously, with the free-to-play, that's going to attract a lot more people. But the question ends up being is like, does it attract the kind of community that you want? You know, or is it just like...
did you see Cannon's latest video on it?
I haven't. I saw that it popped up in my feed, and so I plan on giving that kind of a watch.
Yeah.
There was something else. Somebody, MMO Byte put out something on Blue Protocol, and a couple of y'all shared it with me, and I haven't gone and watched that yet. I want to see what he's talking about. He says that the thumbnail says it's over, and it's like, yeah, I know that Bandai Namco Online is not doing good right now, but I think that's where it's like, yeah, I don't think they're canceling the game. They clearly stated they're, you know, they just celebrated 1 year. They're working on it.
Bandai Namco even screw up. They are the publisher of the FromSoft games and a ton of other beloved titles. How do they not know how to manage an MMO properly?
I don't know. But I think, again, like my whole thing, I was like, I think one of the key problems is, again, free to play. I was like, I think Blue Protocol would have been a much better, like, there's no player trade. So it's like, is it even an MMO? It's like, you know, a lot of players, you know, shared servers and stuff like that. It all is handled in the back end. Right, but it's like without player trade, which solves some problems. And that's where you tend to hear the single player MMO crowd really like, you know, oh, that's not fair, or that's pay to win. It's like, yeah, as soon as if you have player trade, like an unfettered, like, you know, like a free market, you know, you definitely can create an environment that's pay to win. You gotta. So I was like, I get it, but I like player trade. What's up?
Yeah, service economy has always been part of an MMO.
Yeah.
Like you can't remove the service part. You know, I'm sorry to say this, but well, you know, playing solo is a valid way to play, and it's an important way for games to survive. At the end of the day, though, get a guild, get friends, get involved in the community, and have fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's an MMO. You know, it's not a single-player game. But that's why I think games like V Rising would be more suited to those types of players, because you can have private servers, private modes where they can go do their own things in their time, or they can have more of it. And that's just where I see it heading towards at the end of the day, is a single-player mode, a multiplayer mode, a private, mode, like, a mode where you can tailor, like almost like a private server used to be back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, you're losing that magic of what the MMO used to be, and the dream of the MMO. That's the type of thing, Ashes of Creation's chasing. It's the MMO you see in like the
I think it's
Korean
right,
manga.
but it's also the MMO that we wish became the thing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the MMO of legend.
Yes, it's the dream.
The nostalgic feeling that we got, even if it wasn't.
Black Desert
Reality.
is still like, I played World of Warcraft for about 7 years at this point, right?
Yeah.
But I've only got like 1,000+ hours in it. In the 3 years I was at university, I have over 3,000 hours of Black Desert Online. And I played that for 3 years. It just goes to show you how good the sandbox genre can be if it's done properly.
Yeah.
And I wasn't massive into PvP. Like, it was life skilling, like ocean, warfare, that type of thing. I remember when Arcade came out, it was like one of the biggest things was the ocean combat.
Arcade. Somebody has said like Arcade, from a systems and delivery and everything, that it was one of the best, but it was ruined
awesome.
by horrible monetization. Like monetization is what killed that game, and it would be like really dominating now if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, great game, bad product. And
Yeah.
that's kind of like the service side to these games are destroying the games. And it's like, Throne of Liberty looks amazing to me. It's just the luminance aspect and, the real money auction house when it comes to the luminance that I'm not thrilled with.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to turn away the majority of the Western audience automatically, because it will be just so blatantly pay to win. Like, you can't treat the Western
Well, you
market
can
like
that's like, honestly, I think it's such an interesting kind of idea of going and saying like, yeah, this money, because if I put something up on the market, I get that premium currency for the market. So it's like, like as somebody who's farming, like, oh, and I don't want to spend money, I engage in the economy. And then as somebody who is like, okay, well, I just want to go ahead and, reward. Like, it's an interesting, because they got to figure it out. And my solution, like the thing that I think makes the most sense is buy to play, seasonal, but you're also connected to something like Game Pass or PlayStation Plus. Like you already have that service, you have this game. Amazon New World, people think, oh, New World doesn't have a sub. It's like, yeah, it does. It's called Amazon Prime. They have a sub. Why compete with themselves on a subscription? Bundle it up, and then essentially just add a lot of value, and then you keep those subscribers. 14, if they added in 11, I think that would be like all of a sudden the value of your subscription has gone up. And so like I might, instead of canceling my sub, I might keep it I'll keep it active because I get access to these other things.
Just weird though, is like what's special about the sandbox MMO is you sit down and you have conversations with people that you would not otherwise know. You just don't get that in the theme park. Not really. Like no one's talking to each other in a dungeon. But if you're like FF11, you have to walk to that dungeon in what is a highly contested area, and it takes a long time. You're talking to people along the way, especially in voice chat. You're getting to know people, you're getting friends. Like even in Destiny, when it started in Destiny 1, it was a nightmare to get right through it. So you were adding people to your friends list constantly, so you didn't have to do that again, and you just made long-term friendships. It's points of friction that you just don't get anymore in games that really damage the gaming experience as a whole.
I like that Pictomancer feels a lot like Conjurer. Like, oh, I've got all the elements.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to figure out how to set up my my hotbars for this job.
Are you doing Picto or are you doing Viper?
I got Picto. I was in Gardania because I got the FC buffs, so I just got Picto for right now. I'm just still trying to figure out how to. Still trying to figure this crazy thing out.
For some reason, I found it funny that the Pictomancer is effectively an AI pretending to be an artist.
Oh my gosh. And the Final Fantasy 14 community has canceled you? I'm here to notify you of that.
I think they cancelled me after my review of Endwalker on the forums. I actually got banned on the forums for that review because I was really unhappy with it.
I find it very poetic that the people who were talking crap eventually were like, oh, damn it.
I'm trying to determine if I should put my muses as like how I have my ninja mudras.
Oh, your mudras? Yeah, I have them over here on the side. Like I have them on the D-pad because it's like you can kind of stack them up together and.
Just to let you know though, Amazon Prime sent me a 5 months free today Amazon Music Unlimited gift card.
Nice.
And I'm like, my dad got one as well. I don't use it. I use YouTube because it's free, for one. You know, I've already got a YouTube channel. I might as well just have my playlists on it.
We have Spotify Premium. You know, for me, like my wife, we have a kind of a family 2 counter set up. Because that's like, yeah, the kids and me. Because like I was like, sometimes I'd be like, well, I'm gonna listen to music on Spotify, and the kids would be like, I'm gonna use I want to use Spotify. And then it's like, all of a sudden I'm streaming or something, and my music's off, and I was like, all right, we gotta figure something.
For me, it's when I got GeForce Now, I didn't want to spend any more money, so I just cancelled the YouTube Premium, downloaded Brave, the browser, and then just did it that way. So I was like, this has got the ad block on it, and then I'm just like, okay, when I get money back, then I can support people I want to support.
Yeah.
Rather than, you know.
On Twitch, Sesman says, yeah, I mean it's like what Blizzard does with WoW. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. I think WoW's a unique case because WoW did it for time when people already had significant investment into the actual game. I think the WoW token came around, was it Blake Cata, early WoD?
Something like that.
And people already had like 8 years of investment in the game at that point.
Right.
6 to 8 years, you know?
Yeah, and then you have like PAX Day saying like, yeah, we're gonna do like, you know, they're gonna like it's a sandbox. You need a subscription, like, because you're not gonna have the numbers that people usually go with the non-subscription model for the MMO. You need for that you need things for people to purchase. You need and you need a lot of people, to kind of cover the cost of the people who aren't going to buy anything. But,
well, it's weird, right? Because it depends on region, right?
What's up, Lost?
I've been completely obsessed with PAX Day.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good.
I've been having so much fun with it.
Why is everybody saying it's shit then?
Because they like theme park MMOs, and it is a different language. So it'd be like if you were, you went to a country that didn't speak your language, and you're like, wait a minute, I thought this was, insert my country name, and it's like, well, it's like that, but it's different.
Do you know what the funny thing is, right? See, when I was in America at Christmas, I didn't have my computer because I had an old Dell laptop, but it runs like sawdust. And I thought maybe it could play WoW or something because it's an old game. No, I couldn't even barely turn on. And I was like, okay, I got my iPad out, and then I just started playing RuneScape for 2 weeks. And then it just RuneScape's addictive.
Yeah.
Really addictive. And it's just great. It's like you start to see where the survival genre. It's like MMO starts to come in, starts to draw its tradition from, and it's probably RuneScape. Because I'm walking half a mile to get bronze ore, and then to trying to turn that into 10, just to get an arbitrary number up.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's fun.
Yeah, pack state like it's relaxing. I'm building a house. I'm farming materials. Like, you know, it's like getting my ass kicked by wolves. You know, so it's like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted. Now, I wish there was more of the economy. So they launched it in the alpha stage in early access. And the thing that would make it really nice is that there was a auction house economy that, you know, players that we could take part in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so used to playing these types of games without that it just didn't affect me, but yes,
Yeah.
it would be nice.
Well, because it's like the ability to like pull in, you know, like, hey, I need more stone. Okay, you just buy it from the market.
Yeah,
You
that'd
know,
be great.
That'd be amazing. Because then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I don't have to.
I
Right now it's
really-
like you better go wander around and gather stone.
I mean, one thing we've been doing is actually going to some of the other groups and being like, hey, if you bring us these materials, we'll provide you with these materials, just like barter
Yeah,
type
exactly.
setup.
Oh,
that's-
so
That's
you're
actually
not
been
going-
working pretty good.
You're not going, hey, if you don't give us these materials, we're going to crack your skull.
No, not so much that. More of a, hey, if you do that, then we'll give you these things. 'Cause
Yeah.
we have higher level craftsmen, so we're able to make better tools and weapons. So we're
How very diplomatic.
And it's nice that there's like, again, it's you're able to trade. So it's like, yeah, I can give you that higher quality thing that's gonna really benefit you, as opposed to like now you got to go hit some arbitrary EXP thing just to be able to equip it.
The thing is, right, you could easily fix a bot problem. You know, I feel like the bots aren't really an issue in Korea because they have like real ID authentication for their actual accounts, and nobody's doing that in the West. But you could, I think you need to do it for like Sony's PSN. I think you need to show your ID. So I'm just like, if you have like if you need to do that to have like a Game Pass account or like a
Yeah.
Sony PSN account, I don't know why you just couldn't add that to the MMO and say if you don't actually have an account with us, you don't get to play. Because then you can authenticate if someone's real or not. But also by adding value onto them actually doing that. Because the minute you ask people to authenticate themselves, and like it's a Helldiver situation at that point, because nobody wants
Yeah.
to do it.
Right.
And they're not, especially if they're not receiving anything in return, and they just feel like they're being data scraped. I haven't played Helldiver 2 a lot actually.
I haven't played in a long time. It was fun. I had a good time with it.
I had a good time.
It never even started it. It makes me so sad.
Well,
I played for
everything
like a
comes down to
solid 10
time.
hours.
Yeah. It's like
I just feel like better games to play. At the end of the day, you know?
It was really popular in like my small circle, and then they all just
Yeah.
kind of stopped when I finally had some time. I'm like, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, there's no real hook to Helldivers other than friendly fire, I feel. And the persistent world. Like, it gets repetitive very quickly.
Right. But is it a fun repetitive? That's the real question.
It's fun until it isn't.
Fair enough.
You know, and I think they tried to counteract that with the ever-evolving landscape to the war, like to add new stuff. But the core gameplay loop is the same gameplay loop. Like, there's not like different. It's not like Warframe where there's different mission types. Really, like they have mission types, but they're kind of all the same. You know, it's go here, do thing, don't get killed by bugs or get killed by bugs. You know. It's kind of like a couch co-op game, I feel like, more. Like, you do it with friends, you don't do it alone.
Yeah. I mean, all games are usually more fun with friends, so
Yeah.
having
yeah,
that
like you can play.
camaraderie
You can take a bad game and it becomes the more fun, you know, than anything else with friends.
Yeah, and sometimes you get to revel in the shenanigans of a bad game.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's the game Banana on Steam, then, you know, it's one of the third most popular game on Steam or something.
Well, that's because people are speculating how much their banana that isn't worth anything is going to do something. It's just speculation because they're like, oh, I can make money by playing this game and clicking a banana.
The Venezuelan economy is booming with bananas.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The banana game?
Yeah.
So there's a game on Steam where you get a banana pops up on the screen and you click the banana, and then the number goes up on the right corner. It's a very basic game. The trick is that you get rare trading cards in Steam that have simulated rarity. So like you get super rare bananas, and some people are selling these bananas on the marketplace for Steam for, you know, to 20, 30 thousands of dollars for the super rare ones. And people are actually buying them because they're doing the bag holder method where like, oh, I bought this. Now the next person who buys it from me is going to pay more money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so that it's just kind of a mess, in my opinion. But, you know, people are playing the speculation game. And they're like, oh my gosh, if I get these bananas, then I can buy whatever I want on Steam.
It's not about timing the market, it's about time in the market. Some like everybody's just chasing these get rich quick schemes, man. What humans? Humans.
Yeah.
I mean, what's a good return on investment? Again, isn't it like 2 to 5% a year on investment?
No, 10 to 12.
Is it 10 to 12?
Yeah.
Right. The 6 is.
Well, you want to look at how the market performs, and so you want to kind of judge it based off of that. And I think over the last like 5 years, markets performed at 14%. So that's how you calculate your ROI for a video game. You're like, oh, okay, it cost $200 million to make this game in 5 years. What would $200 million over 5 years in the market have done? And that would have done this, you know, based off of the actual what it's done. And then you're like, oh, okay, did I make more? Did I beat the market or did I not?
Who's signing off on all these Hollywood movies?
People who like it's all about this like crazy incentive structure that people have, like with and being afraid of, you know, like, okay, I gotta get the bag. So it's like all of it when it comes down to signing off, it's just people who like think these are safe bets, and it turns out no.
you think a risk manager would be, you know, just what the data analyst would be in the room going, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
Did you see the one with Dwayne Johnson and Santa Claus? Where like
no.
Oh my god, they made Santa Claus into an they made a action movie with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being like the head security elf for Santa Claus.
Oh my god.
It actually looked almost interesting and like what?
Are you talking about that new one, Red One?
Yes.
I see the trailer for that the other day. I saw my friends about it at work. I was like, what in the world am I looking at right now?
Are there any real movie stars anymore though? Like, yes, I like The Rock. I think he does.
I'd say Ryan Gosling is probably the biggest.
Well, from what I noticed in that movie, just from the trailer, they have the guy who plays in the car insurance commercials, and he played in Spider-Man as JJ.
Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Yeah, I don't remember his name either. They have him, Chris Evans, The Rock, and I think
the lady was somebody who I had seen before too. I mean, they have bigger actors in it. It's just like, what?
Do you know who's a good actor I've noticed more and more? And he's in a lot of movies right now. He's in that recent Vipers movie that came out, which is actually really good. He's the guy who played Fade Rath in Doom. You know, the really bald guy with a really pale skin. And he played Elvis as well.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, him as well. He's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he can act. But I feel like a lot of actors, like Chris Hemsworth, The Rock, they don't act, they play themselves.
Yeah,
They're
like
the same character in every movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, typecasting. There's rarely few very well-known or, you know, like character actors. Like, what's his name who plays the guy in Spider-Man, like the antagonist reporter? Y'all know the actor?
Yeah. Let me find him. I don't know his name, but I know who you're talking about.
I want to say Ron something, but it's not Ron.
J. Jonah Jameson.
J. Jonah Jameson, actor.
Because he played it in the old one, didn't he, as well?
Yes. But he'll play roles that I think have a range of character.
Yeah, that role fits him though. Like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons is his name.
Which one?
J.K.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jonathan Kimball Simmons.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. He just seems his portrayal in No Way Home, like the newer Spider-Man movies, I think is worse than the older ones. But I think with the older movies, he was having fun.
If you've seen the Spider-Man 2.5 uncut feature, you would see that in a different limelight.
Really?
Yeah, there's a part that for the original Spider-Man 2, I watched 2.5 because I wanted to see like what they cut out from the director's cut, and I really wish that they would have left that in there. I'm not going to say what it is, you have to see it for yourself, but it's hilarious.
It's because when I just see him like in any of like he's on he's dressed up in the Spider-Man suit, he's doing all this weird laughing crap, and I'm just like, that seems like the best gig.
Yeah, okay, so about that Spider-Man suit part, you know the part when he's like, so the 2.5 part, like, literally puts in a part with him, like, sort of like dancing around with the suit being on.
Yeah.
Like, not even just laughing, like, he's just, like, going up there and imitating Spider-Man. Hilarious.
Tom Cruise is probably, I would say, a solid act. Like, if there's a Tom Cruise movie, everybody I know goes and watches it.
Outside of the last one,
What was the last one?
the part 1 of Mission Impossible.
No,
did not-
everybody I knew went, oh,
Did not do it did not do well in theaters.
really?
Yeah.
That's surprising. Because didn't Top Gun do really well?
Yeah, Top Gun was great.
Do you think,
I saw. I mean, we don't go to the movies as much, so I usually wait till they come home anyway. But yeah, I think you're looking at an industry that's really trying to figure out what the new normal is going to be.
Well, it's the same with video games, right? It's like marketing, it's just too much money. It's too much money at this point to market. You might as well just, have mouth of word at this point.
Yeah,
Like,
pay a couple streamers to play it.
Yeah.
A couple big streamers to play it, and you'll have probably better marketing than if you were to throw a bunch of advertising on TV.
Yep.
It's the same with just get Critical Drinker, these types of people to go review your movie first, and then have something, get them to say a good thing about it, and then people will go watch it because they are the trusted sources. But you're going to do better that way than having Paul Tassi talk about the act, who actually cares about Paul Tassi? Please, can someone tell me who cares about this man? Why does this man have a job? I don't know how he provides value to Forbes.
I don't know who that is.
He's a Forbes journalist, but he's also like a Destiny content creator. But his content is so monotone and deliberate that you just don't want to watch it.
I thought you were we're going to talk about how he's clearly fully in on kind of the woke agenda from media. All right.
Not even that, right? He's just a plank of wood, in general. He just doesn't have presence. If you watch his videos, the most interesting thing in his video is his dog.
Oh, I was going to say, was it his intro?
No, it's his dog. He doesn't put any effort into his videos either. It's just But it shows you what happens when what's a good Destiny creator Lucky he doesn't really try, but he just can't be charismatic on camera. Mm-hmm. Paul Tassi is much more, I think, like a Datto, but he's a Datto who's not useful. So therefore nobody watches him. Datto's really monotone, but he's actually really good at the game. So that's where he provides his value. Paul Tassi is neither good at the game nor charismatic.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it as in terms of content creation, you need to be either really skilled, really nice, or really knowledgeable, skilled, or just nice. Like people like want to hang out with you. And it's like if you're 2 of the 3, you're rock solid. You know, like you're knowledgeable and you're nice to hang out with. Cool. Or it's like you're really good at the game, but you're knowledgeable, but you're really not that kind of a nice person. That doesn't matter. You got 2 of the categories.
I don't know how these journalists are even still in jobs. And it's not even like a politics thing, it's just like the content they give us, even if you remove the politics, isn't good content. Mm-hmm. Like, where's the investigative journalism in the gaming industry? You know? Like, where's the investigative journalism in journalism at all today? Why would I go, talk to a journalist or, even view a journalist today? The only people, even in like Scotland, the only people who really did investigative journalism was like Project Veritas from America.
Yeah.
And then that was it. And then that's how we got it. And that's from a completely different country.
I remember somebody said, like, as we saw the decline of like newspapers specifically, that being that we're not going to pay for our news, we're going to really pay for our news. And that's exactly I think what's transpired, because it's like, okay, well, how do you keep the light? Like, it's okay, how does this pay for itself? And it's like, and so then you see the corporatization become a problem where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to advertise on these news products, and so that gives us leverage, influence. So it's just a whole mess.
It's weird in the UK, right? Because the UK used to have a very strong union tradition, right? Where it was just ordinary people who made up these unions, right?
Yeah.
And it was just like, we need more pay, we need this, we need that. And you'd have reporters constantly talking to the workers, and then they would, they'd actively report on the ground what's happening, this, and what people think, and do all that. Now you just have none of it. Like, it's not even in their vocabulary anymore on how to do this stuff. Like, that's where, budding journalists would, like, cut their, their chip or something, whatever how you'd phrase it. Mm-hmm. That's where they'd get the skill, learn their craft.
Yeah. And
you just don't have that anymore. Like, a journalist now is basically a commentator. And I've got a YouTuber for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been, outsourced.
Yeah.
And it's, and so there is that distribution. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially as we talked about earlier with AI and with all of what it's able to generate. Like, I saw a thing, an image, it was two graphs. One was like, the first graph was, trying to essentially state, kind of a pro Biden. It's like, look at Biden's economy at work. And then it's like the second graph was, but when you adjust it for inflation, it actually is horrible. and I'm like, I don't know if this is true. Like, how do I don't even know where to go to figure that out. I'm like, all right.
Biden, I'm not sure if this is true. Maybe you can tell me. Didn't he judge inflation in cheese? Like, he talked about inflation with the price of cheese or something. And said it was good because, like, cheese was like $1 cheaper or something.
I do not know.
I have no idea, but that's just
right.
Like,
but that and the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, is like, that is one measure, and there are going to be things that are, like, there's many factors that are causing inflation. One of the main ones I believe is that the just insane amounts of money printing that the government has been doing since the 90s.
It's the quantitative easing. We had it in the EU as well.
Yeah.
And the problem, like, you'll probably face the same problem that the EU faces, where the dollar is of different value in different economies.
Yeah.
In the United States, where different prices, the dollar's worth more in certain states than it is in others. And it's the same in the EU. Like, in Greece suffers horribly for taking on the currency that taking on the euro. And it's like, it's like the only two countries which have really benefited from the euro are Germany and France.
Yeah.
And that's because they're the two largest economies. Like, the Mediterranean countries in Europe, I don't think have really recovered from accepting that currency. Because they are quite poor by, like, Western standards. But I don't know. Like, America's a whole another kettle of fish from Europe. Europe, I think, is a lot less dramatic. And, if you exclude France. But America, you guys treat, like, politics, I think, like a sport.
Yeah. Well, some people treat their politics as their religion, too.
It's the same thing. It's sectarianism. It's my team wins,
Yeah.
We did that in Scotland because football here was religious. It was actually started by the church for us. So it was always a thing.
Yeah.
But it's died down, thankfully. But the laws haven't been removed as the culture's changed, which means, if you want to take your kid to a football match, there's suddenly a policeman on horseback telling you where to go and what to do. And, you don't want to take your kid to that.
So you're able to just queue up for different dungeons, Brian? Or?
So this is the Zadnor exploratory zone, which which allows you to like kind of run around and like old school MMO farm in the open, the quote unquote open world. It's still on an instance, and then from there you have these big, I forget what they're called, events that you have to get, that you can go and fight against these bosses, etc., which is like, gives the rewards a lot. You get teamed up with a lot of people, so it's much more social. But one of the obviously problems with games that have gotten, since combat is much faster, we're in voice chat being social. We're not chatting in game. Where in the old school MMOs, like, oh yeah, like let's all fudge sickles.
Well, that's quite the entrance to come into.
What's a very happy Dawntrail launch day, sir?
Not for me.
Oh, okay.
Due to the fact that they still do not accept Visa debit cards, I cannot.
Oh, no. That's a bummer.
Yeah, their back end, with their back end system not being able to accept Visa debit cards, I can't.
Can you use PayPal?
I don't have one, and I have no clue how to set it up.
You just set up and add your card, and then you're done.
Yeah, I do PayPal, and I buy the game in Krista and all that good stuff.
You don't have to buy Krista. You can literally just use your PayPal.
Yeah. I think I just straight up purchase the Krista, so I'm not on.
I haven't heard someone say they buy Krista for a long time.
Well, and honestly, when we think about it, it's like I do wonder if there was ever plans to have like Krista as this premium currency be used in game with other things that we will never see.
Well,
yeah, Yoshi probably put into that immediately.
Hey, welcome in, Shun.
Well, aside from that, I also don't have enough money to purchase the collectors like I've been doing for the last since Shadowbringers. So I instead have been also having issues with my computer, causing it because it decides to just crash on me. Blue screen. I had to factory reset it, so I lost everything.
Oh, that sucks.
So 14 isn't even installed anymore, so I'm waiting until they fix their back end thing. But until then, I have Monster Hunter Frontiers, the MMO Monster Hunter game to tie myself over.
What is the MMO Monster Hunter game?
I found a private server. It is old school. It is old school as all get out. It is so awesome.
Because didn't they shut it down?
They shut it down in I think it was 2016. Hang on, let me check.
To be fair, I wish I would got to try that because Monster Hunter is a fantastic franchise.
Sorry, I'm just talking to myself.
No, I wonder what Wilds is gonna do. I wonder if that will have more online functionality.
A lot of people are hoping that what they will do is, what they will do is this is going to be true open world.
Yeah.
For Wilds?
On top of that, yeah, a lot of people are thinking that this will be a true open world thing. On
So
top of that,
like worlds.
well, what it means is that you'll have your, your giant area. Like take for Monster Hunter World, take the Hoarfrost Zone. All right,
Yeah.
you have the whole of the Hoarfrost Zone, and then out at the edge of the Hoarfrost Zone, at the edge of the map, you have a little loading zone that you can then jump into the next massive map.
Yeah.
And that's how you progress through the different maps, aside from, having a traditional fast travel to just start in that zone or that zone or that zone. But you can just travel between all of the zones via a loading gate that connects each of the different maps. That's what a lot of people are hoping. I've seen so
Yeah,
far.
I can imagine that. I would really hope they would add like at least up to 6 players, like 6 to 12, like to do the hunts and make like just scale the difficulty up like they did with the raids. Because Monster Hunter endgame content's fantastic. I still need to play Iceborne though.
Iceborne's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, stepping into the world, I was like, oh, I like it. I like this a lot. And what I then was like, the only thing I don't like is how it handles online and that kind of connected with friends. And I'm like, man, if Monster Hunter Wilds solves that problem and just let the servers handle in the back end. Like, hey guys, yeah, jump in and boom, boom, boom. Let's play. Great. I'm going to be very satisfied.
It's really weird to me that a game like Worlds can have 24-hour server access for free, and games like FF can't. You would think
it
because
can,
there's more.
it's just there's a cost, and I think with those servers with World, it's that it's less dependent, so you can spin them up and spin them down. So just like with anything, you're like, oh, well, I don't need.
Sorry, I just found out when Monster Hunter Frontier shut down. It's actually a lot more recent than I thought it was. Anybody want to take a stab as to when it properly shut down?
2023?
Okay.
I'll say 2019.
End of the year of 2019, December 18th.
Wow,
There we
okay.
go.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought it got shut down a lot earlier than that. No, that was 2019, which is... Was that after Rise came out?
Yeah, that's after Rise. That should be Rise. Rise was 2020, I think.
No, Rise was 2021.
Was it 2021?
Yeah. When did World was 2018, wasn't it?
I thought it was 20. No, World was earlier than
2018.
That, was it 2018?
2018, yeah. And then
I thought World was
Iceborne.
like 2016.
No.
I'm getting old.
Iceborne was 29. Okay, so it was just after Iceborne came out, like a couple months later, that Frontier shut down. Monster Hunter Frontier shut down. That's interesting. That's a lot later than I was giving it credit for. I thought it was a lot sooner than that it shut down. Older than that.
I'm surprised they didn't port it to the West, because I think that would have been really popular in the West.
Well, considering that Monster Hunter at the end of its time, it went from Monster Hunter Frontier to Monster Hunter Frontier G to Monster Hunter Frontier Z. They had well over 200 additional monsters to the normal Monster Hunter roster of the franchise.
That's awesome.
That is how massive this game is, and
yeah, no, they should have ported that to the West. Like they could have done like a Lost Ark, like delayed, flow of things into the Western servers.
Oh yeah, right now
exactly.
I've been playing this kind of off and on for the last couple of days, 2 days, because I found the private server, and this has been an absolute blast. It's the old school Monster Hunter style though, so if all you're familiar to is the way World and Rise play, you're gonna have a tough time.
Yeah, you don't have like scout eyes or anything like that.
Yeah, no, it's entirely, you gotta track it yourself.
Yeah.
And if
that'd be good for player interaction though. Like if you're on a team and you're tracking.
Oh, absolutely. I've not played any old school with a friend before. I've only ever played the newer ones. But I used to play the old schools on my 3DS, Monster Hunter for Ultimate. I think it was Ultimate, for Ultimate. Because that was one where Gore Magala first showed up. And that was my first entry into the Monster Hunter franchise.
Mine was 3 on the Wii.
I never did... It was funny that I never got into Monster Hunter until the 3DS cycle when I was nearing the end of my high school days.
No, mine was just Wii on the Wii, and it was just like it. Do you know what the funny thing? When I was a kid, all you had to do was put like a big dragon on the front of the box, and I'd buy it.
Which is funny because Monster Hunter has very few dragons. They're all wyverns. Because a dragon has 4 limbs and then its pair of wings. Wyverns only have 2 legs and 2 limbs and then its wings. The other unique thing about Monster Hunter Frontier is they added 2 new weapons to this game. The Tonfa and the Gravity Lance.
Okay.
But the I haven't gotten my hands on either of those 2 weapons yet. I'm only at MR3 or Hunter rank 3.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Yo.
Hey, Rule.
I'm level 84 Viper.
You're what, level 84?
Yep.
Very nice, dude. Very nice. Where are you doing? Deep Dungeon or Zadnor?
I am doing a mixture of things. Roulettes, frontline, hunt bills, wondrous tales. I've been doing basically almost everything.
Here, I might pop out and do. Yeah, you're a good point about the PvP. You know, it's like what all things are quick queued.
Because frontline right now is quick queued because it's been that way ever since everyone logged on. So
yeah, I'd have to go look at my PvP actions.
Yeah, I think I got my Picto stuff set up for right now.
I'm still playing around with my setup a little bit.
Okay, that's me quick.
I gotta remember to do my item sets. Excuse me.
Is there not a level, like 100 ability, or is that something you have to unlock via a quest?
Maybe it's a passive.
How is Pictomancer? Does it feel good?
Yeah.
Have
There is
they-
a
have
100 enhanced Pictomancy. Okay.
Have they changed any of the responsiveness at all? Because some of the classes had quite delayed responsiveness due to the server lag.
I haven't played all the classes yet, so I've only just been playing around with Picto.
Because isn't FF designed to actually have a delay in it for the servers?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's like a, what is it,
2.5.
like a 0.5 delay?
2.5.
Yeah.
Like a 2.5 to 3 second delay.
It's such a weird thing to have in today's age, because even like the worst internet connection is actually pretty good. Especially to what it was 10 years ago.
Well, it's just that if you've got a really bad connection, because my one friend, he can't play a healer because of the way his internet is.
Really?
But he can do everything else. He just cannot do healer, because because you need to make, sometimes you need to make the snapshot OGCD backup heal, and that will screw people over if he tries to do healer while with his internet like that.
What's
his
his
DPS
internet?
just
What's funny? Is he still proper?
I don't know what his I don't know what his ISP is, but I know that. Where is Lunastra? Oh,
The
there's.
American ISP thing is mind-boggling thing.
It's a mess.
I don't know how your government hasn't said no more.
Because lobbyists exist.
Yep.
I don't get it. It's such a critical piece of infrastructure, isn't it?
Yes, yes. But they have access to the internet, obviously. It's just...
Oh my. It's like saying you have access to drinking water. It's just not clean.
Hey, just because it catches on fire occasionally doesn't mean it's bad.
I happen to like the spicy water.
The spicy water makes me feel tingly.
Oh no.
But
You know,
spicy
sometimes
water
I
is
would-
bad for you.
You know, sometimes I wake up and I honestly
You're
think
not
to
my real
myself,
dad. You can't control me.
Do you sometimes feel like that? Like you wake up some days and just think we're one more step towards like cyberpunk, like in a dystopia sense.
Sometimes it's like...
Yeah. So, soon I'll be cutting off my arm to replace it with a robotic one. Because I can't afford the actual medical treatment, so I need to go to back alley.
Some back alley ripper dog is gonna
Yeah, exactly.
fix your arm.
You know, we all
Oh,
get the pods. We all get shoved into our pods, and then we're told to be grateful, and we get to eat the boots.
You'll own nothing
You know,
and be happy.
Yeah, well that's true though. Like everything's a consumption model now. You want a car? Finance it. You want internet? Well, guess what? You now need these cloud. Like, you don't own anything. Everything's serverless now. Everything. Oh my god. Soon we'll be hooking up people's pacemakers to the internet.
Oh dear lord.
Did you see the motorcycle like crash suit that had a subscription to it?
Yeah, I heard about that.
I have not heard about this. Tell me about it.
Oh man. So it's like a prevention airbag suit for a motorcycle where if you get in a crash it deploys kind of a safety airbag, and they had a subscription model on it.
But I could imagine, like, you know, paying for like a replacement or you know, like a maintenance fee if it needs to be fixed. But a flipping subscription.
I mean, to be fair, what is an insurance policy on your vehicle nothing more than a glorified subscription?
True. To be fair, like, what's that
Very bad
movie?
subscription too.
To be far.
What's that movie where it's like you like they will replace your internal organs with like a new one, but you have a subscription for your like your liver, and if you don't pay it, they'll come and take it.
I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
I haven't heard of that one. I know they like to enable or disable certain features on a car. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, like the heated seats on some of the Tesla.
They're not a subscription, are they? Are they a subscription?
Some companies are doing subscriptions for like heated seats and stuff like that because it's just
You can
cheaper.
find them.
It's just cheaper to put it in the factory than to have different lines, and so they're just like, oh, if you pay for this, you get heated seats.
I hate this one, but I love it at the same time.
Am I screwed? Am I not able to get the webbing because I need to break the wings? But I'm using a hammer. I can't reach the wings.
So yeah, here it is. Repo Man is a 2010 science fiction thriller that explores the concept of subscription-based organ transplantation.
Well, I mean, that like you're talking about dystopian. Like that was also cyberpunk, where it's like you have this. Oh, you got hurt real bad. Oh, you're part of this premium subscription. People are gonna come get you.
Yeah, what was it? Platinum for what's it called?
Medevac or whatever it was.
Medevac.
Yeah.
And it's like you see like David's mum, she can't afford it in the anime, and therefore they just give her ashes. Oh, she didn't make it, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't get the webbing.
She couldn't afford the service that she worked at.
They don't even like have graves anymore. They are literally just dust. Like, I don't know what that is, but it just feels so dehumanizing. I know some people want cremation, but I just
feel so good, Mr. Stark.
yeah, exactly. It's like they're dust. Ugh. Humanity.
Oh, is that Rusty? Oh shit, Rusty's here.
Mate, that just sounds like a Ratchet and Clank character.
No, it's Rusty Cuchella de Ora. I forgot that he was in. He was. Wow. They
That
have
just
him
sounds
in
like a
this.
French Ratchet and Clank character. Oh man. No, sometimes I just feel like the world is improving, but sometimes it's like great life, bad scenario where
Improving, but at what cost?
yeah, exactly. It's like, it's like that thing, right? We're getting all these great technologies, we just have to sell our souls.
Sell them.
Just your soul? Not your firstborn? Actually,
There
no,
was
it'd
that.
probably be
None of
your
us can
soul,
afford
your
souls.
firstborn, and the firstborn of your firstborn.
Mate, none of us can afford firstborn.
Yeah, that's true.
Soon the rich won't just have firstborns; they'll have tailor-made babies. It's gonna happen.
Maybe when I knock Lunastra over, just start wailing on her wings.
Is it Gattaca? That's the movie where the people have like tailored DNA, and if you're not tailored, you're like a second-class citizen.
That sounds very sci-fi, so maybe.
Yeah. So it's like, people's like CD is no longer their experience; it's their genetics. Yeah. Oh, there you go, guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Yeah, Brian, another quality of life change that they did in here. Whenever you turn down your mount while flying, you actually tilt.
Oh, nice.
Do you bank into your turns?
Yes.
That's nice. That's a neat little feature. I like that.
The realism?
Alright, Lunastra, I'm coming to kick your butt. Oh, I missed my gun hammer.
So I do gotta admit, what they showed for the Monster Hunter thing, for the newer game that's coming out, which I thought was interesting, is it looks like you could switch weapons on the fly.
Yeah, you get a backup weapon to take with you into hunts, which means I'm having my sword and board and hammer, baby. I was a sword and board main for a long time, but then my friend who has been playing every Monster Hunter since the first one introduced me to the joys of hammer. And so I'm playing old school Monster Hunter. I'm playing hammer. It's so much fun. Because all you do is you do a charge, you charge up you do your charge, move forward, pound, roll, rinse, repeat. That's it. It's such a good loop. So it's easy, it's simple, and I'm kicking the crap out of an Elder Dragon right now because of it. Ah. Mother. Ah, Lunas. Mother. No.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, all right. I didn't know that the new series started.
The new what?
Oh,
The PvP series, Series 6. I didn't know that started.
Oh, okay.
Don't they usually wait like a week or something like that? Like with the raid?
I just went down to my my series milestones, and all my stuff is reset for Season 6.
Oh, crap off.
So the reward is an umbrella, the coyote minion, and the oppressor mount, as well as the 2 framer kits.
Yeah, the brute justice, one of the brute justice pieces been.
See if I can get into another thing and get some more coffee.
That is important.
So I will say one thing. As confusing as Picto looks at first glance, the first little quest thing you do for it actually teaches you sort of how to play the job, which is actually nice.
Which one?
For Pictomancer.
Gunbreaker did that in Shadowbreakers too. The first quest kind of taught you a little bit, but I always go to Falcon's Nest over in the Kurthus Western, over in Heavensward for the training dummies, and then I just wail on that for.
Yeah, so they're so basically I think they combine that for Picto for the very first job quest you do for it, because you go in there and you practice on a target dummy at first, and then you go and kill 3 mobs. It sort of teaches you a little bit of how to play the job.
Stupid blue cat. Oh, I think I broke her wings, which is what I want. Another.
So I was gonna say for breaking parts of Monster Hunter, I'm not sure if it's the same in that game. But what I used to do in that series is, as soon as I could get her down on the ground, or get a monster down on the ground, I would set up the biggest bomb barrels I could and just explode those.
That's one of the hunter tools that I really never use. I just usually focus on getting good at using the weapon.
Yeah, when you get used to using, when you get really good at using the weapon, then you can get the do the things with the exploding barrels and whatnot. It really helps out a lot, especially for things that may not be able to, at least in the series that I played, you had to either carry those or you had to have again, another person with you to have a different weapon type to get that part.
Well, like I said, I've kind of been mumbling. I've been fighting Lunostra. I've been trying to get webbing because I'm trying to make 3 pieces of her set. And so far, I've gotten everything else I need for the Lunostra stuff, except for the webbing, which I need to destroy the wings, in theory, for. Which I think I did because her wings look scarred right now, so that means I think I did it, but I'm not too sure,
Austin in chat's asking, is this Boscia? And yes, but specifically the zone Zadnor. So yes, this is where I'm out here leveling up the Pictomancer. So yeah, good times.
I forgot to paintball her. Crap.
Oh, somebody got a fire serpent there. That's cool. Baby, let's go. The only downside is just like where we lost on the first run of the Palace of the Dead. If you don't put enough damage during a skirmish, you're just not gonna get anything. And it's oh, I wish there was some form, because like I think it'd be fun during these downtimes if we were just like, you know, killing all these extra enemies, because they would just give you just a little bit. Doesn't have to be much, just a little bit, you know, a little taste,
A little bit of extra.
a little bit extra, you know, because it's oh, okay, cool. While we're waiting, let's just clear the zone. What is the fastest way to level up a character? The story, RSJ. The story. You play the MSQ, and that's going to level you. For alternate characters, doing any kind of daily wondrous, bonuses, wondrous tail bonuses, and more.
Mother.
Oh, that is interesting. So I really wish that they would do what they just did with Picto for Red Mage in PvP.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing that sort of annoys me about Red Mage in PvP is how you can always tell like what stance that the Red Mage is in.
Yeah.
And with Picto's has like a stance change thing for like being instant cast to like doing more damaging casts, like with actual timers. And yeah, so it basically is. It feels like Red Mage, like a combination between Red Mage and Black Mage.
Yeah, it does.
Oh man, I love this job.
I know Viper was the one I was most excited for because the way it looks like it plays is kind of a mix of the Marauder and Jedi Sentinel from SWTOR, and Darth Maul and the Sith Assassin and Jedi Shadow. Killer.
But Viper is tons of fun, but it's also a pain in the neck to say learn.
83, baby.
Well, that's any of the jobs that started at a higher base level.
I still wish that they started the new jobs off at level 1. Like it's, you know, like you.
Oh, that's a long climb though, Brian.
I don't care.
Well, they might consider revamping it like later on. I mean, I know we're already doing it now, but they might consider doing it later on because I know that I'm not sure, because you heard Yoshi P, he's like, I'm not sure whether or not to do a level squish next or just because he's like 100 seems to be like a weird like point, because majority of us thought it was going to stop at 99.
Yeah.
And then when they decided to take it to 100,
dude. Well, that means they're going to take it to 110, and that means that most likely there's going to be a level squish. You know, it's like because it's like they're following the WoW playbook to a T. And that's the strength. That's one of the things why you have the game now over 30 million. You know, people have at least paid money for it. You know.
Oh, I got 2 webbing. Sweet baby Maeve, I can get 2 of the pieces of armor.
Hey Brian, did you order the collector's edition by any chance?
Yeah, I got the digital collector's edition. I did not get the physical. I did get the physical Final Fantasy 16 collector's edition, which I'm happy I did, and then I got the.
I'm still waiting on that to come to PC.
I know, right? Like, I think well, it's got to be this year, right? Like.
Oh, absolutely. But my thing is that if I know that they said that we want to make this the best PC port possible.
Yeah.
So I'm all for that, but mother fudgers, where's my Final Fantasy 16?
Yeah, I would rather I want tactics more than 16 PC, but I know like that's the thing about 16. I really liked it, but I think them limiting it to just PS5 was a massive mistake, because you've had to people have had to try and avoid spoilers
for so long.
Well, now over a whole year. It's like, hey, this movie that we're all looking forward to seeing came out last year. It's like, oh man, like, all right, you just no matter what, like it leaks spoilers will get spoiled.
No, I gotta remember to do that. I gotta register my Mountain View, my Mountain Zoo Mount.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
Quest gear. There we go. I have the Empress arms. And
I got
now for the Lunastra chest piece. There we go.
Oh,
I have
baby.
2 pieces.
All right, here's
Now
what
I
I'm
just
gonna
need to get
do.
a tail.
Here's what my plan is right now. So I'm at 17 million metal. When I get to 20 million, I can get a new proof of metal. And so what I'll do, oh, actually, never mind. Julie's calling me. Who knows? Well, we'll see if we can continue on. 1 second.
Is there another... Is there an easier set of legs I'd want to get for my build?
All right, cool. New plan. So I'm going to play until 10, which is for the next 45 minutes. And then I'm going to go on a walk with the family and enjoy some cool Texas weather before it gets too hot. And then we'll come back and do some more leveling later this afternoon. I'm having... Oh, man, this is fun, dude. Like, I've missed this game.
I'll still lurk about, but I'm gonna have to hop back over to my these things we're all hanging out.
Yeah, man. No worries. Go have fun, dude.
Yep.
What the heck is this? Georg. Dobra. It's Koosh. That's 50. What about this more? It's 35 pop. Alright, I'll get those 2. Shin Georin and a Kushama Deora. Shin Georin, each are 3 to 4. Okay. It's a Shingeorin. What the heck is a Shingeorin?
And I'd love it if they redid their notification system.
What the heck is a Shingeorin?
I do not know.
I don't know either. I've never heard of that monster before. I'm just talking to myself, sorry.
Oh, you're fine, dude. I like hanging out and talking with you. It's always funny to kind of listen to your thought processes, process.
Mine?
Mm-hmm. What is that? Oh my gosh. Is it this person? I'm like, I have no idea what he's talking about, but I love the excitement. It's great. They're like, oh
my god, man, I'm loving this job in PvP.
Yeah, nice.
Something like summon a fat chocobo just to sit on it.
You're
brilliant.
4 players.
I might try to see if I can get my PvP on. When's the daily reset?
I think it's like 9 or 10 a.m.
Okay, so that's past.
I don't know, it changes due to the hour time change, so like I always get it confused.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a big monster. What is it?
What could it be?
What the hell are you? Oh, ew, ew, ew. Oh, you're a giant Diamo Hermitar. That's what you are.
I don't think the other teams like me very much.
Dropping fat chocobos on top of people?
Yeah, well, I just got the same thing just happened to me, so this is super fun. But no, like Dark Knight just held me in place, and then I tried to move, and then a warrior held me in place, tried to move. Oh man, I love it.
The heck? Oh my god. What in the crap? What the sh...
Paintings, little paintings.
Ow.
Oh, come on, dadgummit. Ooh.
Yes, yeah, it is going to Area 2. What in the hell?
Lend him your energy. Glacification. Glacification.
Oh my god, that thing is huge! What the crap? Okay, it's hammer time. What's it doing?
I thought I did a focus target. I did. Oh, we lost him. And he's back. Hey, welcome.
Oh, shoot energy balls. Oh boy.
It's huge, but beautiful.
Ah, it's big!
Boom. All right, 18.2. Perfect. Let's see, here we go. A little less than 30 minutes. We want to do that one? Boom. Oh, Lost finds holster. Maybe that's where I put my actions.
Oh, you hurt.
Do not walk into frame. You don't need no. I know, obviously. Yeah, I don't want to make that joke. It upset me too much. I guess this is the fastest way. All right. Actually. I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna do a PvP queue and just grab it.
Yeah, Picto's really fun in PvP. I love it.
Alright, so we got Holy and White, Fire and Red, Living Muse, Palm Motif, Mog of Ages, Palette, Mud, Tempera Coat. What was that do?
Aha! I knocked you on the ground. Come here. I'm gonna bash your face in.
Avenip Chocobozation. That sounds fun.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to earlier, how you drop a giant chocobo.
Yes. So that's your limit break?
Yep. But it also it's like a two-part limit
Clink.
break. Like, yep, you set it down and then you put it up.
What's it doing? What is it doing? What?
It does what it wants.
Oh, it did. I don't know.
Do Pictos have their own emotes, or is that like a special emote?
No, that's just the Beast Dance emote and the Victory Pose emote.
Oh, cool.
So they have like a special thing added to theirs that's not on other jobs, which I think is cool. In some ways, like, I like the fact that it's a staff, but the same way I sort of wish that, like, it's just a little gripe that I have, but like after you do like your first initial quest with Picto, like I like the fact that the one part where you see him, he puts like the art brush like behind on the lower waist where it's going like left to right instead of it being up and down. I sort of wish that they would have did that for their weapon idle pose.
Oh, they updated the UI. Yes.
For what?
For PvP, like for the front lines and stuff like that, because it was like one of the, like it was, because they updated it for Crystalline Conflict, and so then it was like, man, I wish the front lines would have something, and so it does. So it's got, I guess, Adders and Maelstrom. Is this okay? So it's still 3v3, so it just kind of tells you where they're at, and then we're it centers you. Got it. That's much cleaner.
Oh, I love having hunting horns as allies.
Well, what in the world is going on with my Wondrous Tales journal? Holy crap, there's so much easy stuff.
Yeah. Oh, what? Oh god, that hurt. Oh, that hurt.
So literally with my Wondrous Tales, I can actually, like the journal that I have all being on Picto, I can do, it goes, it's weird, it's like they scaled the book. Like the book scales now depending on what job that you're on.
I thought they, so it picks things that your job is going to be doing?
So yeah, so like let's say like if I'm on like my 90 job or whatever, I'm not sure if they just did it because of the new jobs, but like So you know, like usually in the top right it says like, for example, in Endwalker it say like level 90 dungeons.
Yeah.
So on mine, because I'm on Picto, my top right only goes up to level 60, and everything on here I can solo. So it's like I got 1 to 49, 50, 51 to 59, 60, treasure dungeons, Alexander, Mock, Ancients, Howling Eye Extreme, World Eater Extreme, Striking Tree Extreme, Mitchell's Ballad, Ultimate, Z19, I forget what the guy's name was called, Zervan, Extreme.
Oh, they got me.
Bahamut 2, Bahamut 3, and Crystalline Conflict. Like, I can do majority of this journal, like, really quickly. And that's weird. I'm gonna keep an eye out also. They were saying that in the patch notes that they did something with tenacity. So I'm gonna keep an eye out and see if they if tenacity is actually gonna be a worthwhile stat to have now.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Because it's like everybody's like, oh, don't take tenacity. It's like, why not?
Like, don't get me wrong, it's still good, but like, if it's better than what it was, like, it might actually be worthwhile to go tenacity over direct hit. Depending on how, because I mean, it sort of gives that anyways, so. But I'm keeping an eye on the balance and seeing what they're saying.
Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. I get when a monster turns and looks at me specifically.
Is Arcasadora still worth doing for EXP?
What's Arcasadora?
The elephant people.
I don't know.
Because right now I'm in queue for normal raids on Picto, and it's saying after 50. Yeah. I might just go to Boja.
What is this transcend?
Oh yeah, by the way, Brian.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you know also, I was testing it the other night, and for your challenge log, like, you know how it says, like, because I started prepping my thing the other day, and I was following like a bunch of guys that are like, oh, only do 2 out of the 3 duty roulette, and then only do 4 out of 5 dungeons for a decent EXP bonus. So I went through the other day and I was like, well, how are you supposed to do 5 dungeons if you can't do more than 3 roulettes? And I ran through on, I think it was Tamtara, and I tried it out, like, just doing it unsynced, and it still gives you credit for doing it.
Okay.
So if you want, like, a quick challenge log EXP, that's one way to do it as well also. Just do like 4 out of 5, and then your before your last one, just hop on whatever main job you want to do, and then get the EXP that way. But then it doesn't reset till Tuesday, I think it is.
Okay.
For the challenge log. I think
yes.
log is every Tuesday.
Yes, Jinx, this is Final Fantasy 14 Online.
Yeah, they're doing the launch day Final Fantasy 14. I'm playing Monster Hunter Frontiers.
There you go, baby.
So if you hear Monster Hunter talk, it's because of me. I apologize.
I wish it did like the like who got the kill or something like that, like a little pop-up or something.
In Monster Hunter?
No, in this game, like
oh,
like if you're engaged. I guess that might be kind of hard.
Oh, are you talking for the PvP or whatever?
Yeah.
It sort of does. It'll let you know like when you get an assist kill and when you don't, and when you actually get a kill yourself.
Yeah, that's more what I was wanting. It's like, oh yeah, like or somebody that I'm fighting and dies and who got the boom.
So
cool.
it makes at least on my game, I think it's because the way I have it set up, it makes like a quick like it makes a quick noise like.
Yeah, I hear the noise.
Yeah, so I think as long as you get that, I think that's either an assist kill or it's a kill that you got.
So you mean kind of like how Star Wars Battlefront 2 has that ting sound when you get a kill?
Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, Arcasador is still worth it. Yep. What is it? Oh, yeah, wow. This still gives 1,000,000 EXP? That's crazy.
$1 million? Wow.
Well, it's almost like 1.1 mil. So you get that 3 times a day, and then that's 3 million. So
that's pretty good. Ow! Mother. Ah! Oh what? Stupid crap.
I was also gonna say, don't forget, Brian, you can also do your your beast hunts as well. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. That's just get those dailies. That XP bonus. Have any crowd control on this class?
Oh, from PvP?
Yeah.
Not sure. I don't think
Got
so.
him. Got him.
So you found the crowd control?
No, I found him dead on the floor by my hand.
Wow, that mount tilting is weird.
Trimmers.
actually surprised there's not actually a hunt train going on right now.
There isn't one going?
Not that I know of.
I'd have figured. Ow, mother!
But I also have my hunt LS turned off because they were talking about doing spoilers in the chat.
Victory!
Yeah, so they gave fair warning. They're like, if you don't, they're like, if you plan on leveling or doing other stuff before main story, they're like, turn off the or the hunt train LS. So I'm like, all right.
It's like that checks out. All right. And level 84, baby. All right, let's go to Wondrous Tales here. All right. Now, what do I need to do? They want me to do a leveling. Makes sense. That checks out. I got 20 minutes. I am going to get... Oh, a Circus Tower. Circus Tower could be a quick run. No, that'd be too risky. That'd be too risky. Let's see, what's the queue time? 30 minutes? Okay. Yeah, but not right now. Guess what I could do? We got a couple of trials to clear. Level 60. Yeah, lower level thing. Circus Tower, Weeping City of Mock, Alexander. Participate in the following: Rival Wings.
Does that exist?
Yeah, with no daily thing in it that's putting people into it, man. Like, I don't... Engorge. Yeah, that's the Rival Wings. And then they got Seal Rock. It's crazy that they're modes and whatnot. It is what it is. Right now, I guess let me head out to... pick up some dailies and knock those out real quick. Oh yeah.
Oh, talking about dailies, I gotta go check my island. Forgot about that.
I abandoned that so quickly. I was like, no, I don't want this.
When they released, I got really lucky with the loot box system.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 of the new mount when it dropped.
Nice.
So I turned around and sold them. Because I didn't care about the mount, but I'm like, well, now I sort of want it, but I can always get that mount anytime that I want. And when I turned around and sold it, I sold it for like 30 million.
Oh man, what would have been such a cool moment is if they were like, yeah, the open world fates can turn into, you know, these like big fights that, you know, pulls people in, but
like Boja?
Yeah, like, but they would have to they'd have to redesign the whole server structure to where it's like, yeah, we're just gonna be it's just gonna put people into zones.
Well, maybe, I hate to say it, but maybe if they, like, don't get me wrong, like, I always want new jobs coming to this game, like, per expansion, but with them talking about trying to refocus on job balance and individuality and stuff like that coming, I think they were hinting at for the next expansion.
It would make a lot of logical sense if they decided to go, or essentially where they just introduced one job. So it's like, okay, we're gonna take that. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Like, maybe if they just do the, like, granted, I'd still want 2, but like, even if they even just did 1 and then they did a whole bunch of like behind the scenes work and updated everything.
Yeah, updated all the other jobs and. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, the system as a whole, like, that would be And that would be pretty cool. Like you said, like with the Boja frontline things and stuff like that. But don't get me wrong, like, I still love this game to no end. Does anybody know if that do you know if the staying at the retainer inventory thing will prevent you from logging out?
Probably.
Because I know it says like if you're inactive for a certain amount of time that it will boot you from the game.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's like 15 minutes when the expansion always launches.
Well, the reason why I was asking is because I actually have to run to the store and go get some something to drink, and I also need to go get dish soap.
I would say go ahead and do it, because the worst case scenario, it kicks you out. Best case scenario, you come back in and you're still in.
It's still there.
It's like there's nothing like, well, we got to get this clink guy. You're fine. Yeah, I just remember. I remember trying to play Endwalker, and it was like, oh, can't play Endwalker. All right, cool. I'll play later.
I remember Stormblood, man. Stormblood was terrible.
Oh, dude, yeah, the Raban Extreme.
I think that's right when I joined up with your Work to Game crew, because I was like right when I came back, and I was just like, yeah, could somebody fly me around because I want to get to the things.
I remember when Shadowbringers launched, and I was really into watching your and Chris's live streams all the time, because I was always wanting up to date on Final Fantasy 14 news. And I remember you and Chris were in queue to get into Shadowbringers, and then my game popped, and I'm like, oh, bye guys, close stream. I'm playing the game now.
Bye bye. Yeah, what's interesting is like, because obviously with Final Fantasy, it's such an interesting sense, because you like the story is, people want to enjoy that, they want to experience that. And so from a content creation perspective, it was always interesting to see like new people come into the space and be like, oh yeah, I'm getting all these people to come and hang out. And then it's like, oh, I've caught up on story. Oh, I'm going to stream the new expansion. And it's like, where did everybody go? It's like, yeah, they're all just kind of making sure they don't get the story ruined.
Woohoo! I finally got the normal rates.
Excellent. Yeah, man. It's such a fun time to be a gamer, man. We got so many fun things going on. You got Alexander? That was I like that raid only when it wrapped up. At the end of the raid, I was like, yes. But like all through it, I was like, I don't know. Like I really liked the Bahamut raid better, and then it was like, oh, okay, cool. And then all of a sudden I was like, yeah, that was totally awesome.
What was that bullshit hitbox? Malarkey.
Malarkey. That was the drinking game from last night. President dropped a Malarkey.
Oh man, that's all I see people talking about on the thing last night. They're like, it was actually pretty funny.
The thing that got me that he said that I was like, I feel bad for laughing at this, but I can't help it. But he said when all these people are getting raped by their brothers and their sisters, and I was like, sisters? Like, yeah, I know it happens, but the way he described it was like some kind of epidemic of sister rapists. It's like, what the hell, man? I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I got my Picto feeling pretty good, so good. I'm pretty happy about it.
In PvP or just overall?
Just overall.
Cool. Still feel like I've got a little bit more to learn, because it's like obviously you can shift form for a little bit. You get 3 in the like. What is like? Are these spells just more powerful? I'm trying to think. It's 12,000 versus 7,000. Okay, so yeah, that is more powerful magic. But in PvP, it's you're turning on or off cast times or quick cast. Okay. Are all 3 done? Oh, wow. Yes.
Ah, Picto kids like us. Yes.
Boom, boom, boom. Alright. I got an idea. I'm gonna do something a little bit. No, I'm gonna keep it here. We'll keep it here. Let me go ahead and create something real quick. Oh, I need to do that after this one. I'll do that. Oh yeah. Alright. Guys, it is 9:50 and it is time for me to go spend a little bit of time with the family, go for a family walk, and just get some good exercise in place. 84 so far on the day. We're gonna at least get this to 90 at a minimum, and then ultimately we'll see if we can't take it all the way to 100. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the expansion, and if you've hung out with me for this, especially as a VOD, thank you so much for checking it out. Anyway guys, for Digiprime loves MMOs, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully I will see you in the next thing that I make, but until then, take care.